Good morning, and welcome to the fourth and final day of our fourth annual 360 Open Summit. I'm Graham Brookie, Director of the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab.
And I'm Rose Jackson, Director of the DFRLab's new Democracy and Tech Initiative. We start today with an all-star panel I can't wait to hear from, featuring 4 exceptional leaders studying, documenting, and working to change how tech is impacting society globally. We'll then hear from scholars and activists about building an inclusive online ecosystem that isn't outright hostile to half of the world's population.
We will hear from leaders working the statecraft necessary to govern technology that doesn't actually recognize our national borders. And we'll welcome back some of the familiar faces to 360 Open Summit who have shared this platform with us since we built it. Finally, we'll finish with a conversation about what it means to be proactively for democracy in our hyperconnected world and how to center human rights in building and governing technology.
You'll notice today some guest MCs as well, and we're excited that you'll get to meet a few of the incredible DFRLab team that have made this event run. As always, make sure to follow along and add to the conversation on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, tagging our DFRLab and Atlantic Council handles and using hashtag 360OS. If you're registered and tuned in on the Socio app, join the conversation and continue to send questions throughout our live conversations.
Now, for our first panel, each of the people who you're about to hear from are leaders who we look up to. Their lived experience and steadfast example have guided many of us around the world, and their perspectives are invaluable in solving for the challenges that we face. We're happy to pass to DFRLab non-resident fellow and co-founder of UNICEF Innovation Unit, Erica Kochi, to kick things off for the final day of 360 OS.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. I'm super excited to introduce this panel today. First, we have Nanjala Nyabola, who's a writer, independent researcher, and political analyst based in Nairobi. And her work focuses on the intersection between politics, society, and technology. She's a frequent contributor to publications like The Nation and Foreign Affairs, and is the author of Digital Democracy, Analog Politics, How the Internet Era is Transforming Politics in Kenya, and also Traveling While Black, essays inspired by the life on the move. Second of all, we have Catherine Marr, who was with all of us on day one as well. She's the former CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation. And prior to Wikimedia, she held leadership roles at Access Now, the World Bank, the National Democratic Institute, and UNICEF. And she shapes innovation agendas for international development, human rights, and democratic participation. And then last but not least, we have Maria Ressa, who has been a journalist in Asia for over 35 years and is the co-founder of Rappler, the top digital-only news site that is leading fight for press freedom in the Philippines. And as Rappler's CEO and president, Maria has endured constant political harassment and arrests by the Duterte government. For her courage, around this work on disinformation and fake news, Maria has received many accolades, and I'm so excited to have all of these wonderful women here with us today to talk about the public square, the digital public square. So to kick us off, I would like to ask each of the participants, starting with Maria, do you think it's accurate to describe social media platforms as public squares?
I wish. I mean, you know, it's the fault where we gather, but I would compare it more to, especially with these micro-targeting tools that it uses, it's more like a behavior modification system. And those of us who voluntarily enter are part of an experiment that makes us like Pavlov's dogs. We're experimented on in real time, and the consequences are disastrous. I mean, if you look at it, Facebook is the world's largest distributor of news, and yet all the studies, I mean, this is for social media in general, they've shown that lies laced with anger and hate spread faster and further than facts. So you can actually argue that the social media platforms that deliver the facts to you are actually biased against facts, and they're biased against journalists. And this is, I think, what's turned our world upside down, because if you don't have facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. If you don't have trust, you don't have a shared reality. You can't have a foundation for democracy. You can't, any meaningful human endeavor becomes impossible. And this is the crisis that we're facing today.
Yeah. Nanjala, over to you. I know we had a discussion about this earlier on, but I'd love to hear your views on this. Do you think it's accurate to describe social media platforms as public squares?
I think it's accurate to describe them as part of the public sphere. I think it's accurate to describe them as places where people go to have their opinions heard, and places where people go to engage with their governments, to engage with public services. And, you know, I think especially in countries whereby the social media companies don't necessarily see the publics there as natural audiences or as natural extensions of their market, you actually find people taking on these tools that were designed for something else and applying them into their political lives, into their political realities. So we've had massive protests, for example, resistances against the excesses of power, Roads Must Fall, My Dress, My Choice. In many African countries, because there's been this massive retreat of the traditional media, we don't really have a robust media. The social media starts to play this role whereby people go there, as Maria was saying, to get their political information and to get their connection to the political space, but also using these tools and going beyond that and using them as the primary way through which they can organize. So maybe not a one-to-one substitution, but certainly an extension of a lot of the characteristics that we see in the analog public sphere. And just because of the agency and the creativity that people have applied to the social networking sites, that is over and above what the makers of the sites might have had in mind.
Yeah, Catherine, what about you? What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I think that there's sort of a differentiation between the legal question of our social media platforms, public squares, and understanding that, you know, for all sort of intents and purposes, they are not. They're private spaces, and the platforms have the rights and also the responsibility to do what they would like to do to uphold their policies and community standards in those spaces. But in some very practical ways, I think I would second what Nanjala and Maria have already said, which is these are the venues in which we do express both discontent and elation in our lives and in the context of the way that we are governed. I think the analogy of the public square takes on sort of a more pressing resonance at this point in time, given that even within our public squares in many places in the world, we are facing real threats to freedom of expression, those threats to freedom of expression that are compelled by force. We are seeing public squares cleared, both in the digital metaphorical space and in the online real world. And so to the extent that there's a distinction between sort of the nature of public versus private and the function that we use these squares for, I think that there are a lot of similarities and probably much to learn from the tactics of resistance to efforts to censor and to silence.
Can you bring a real life example to that, Catherine? I think what you're saying is really important, but I think having it resonate with people in their memory, recent memory of what's been happening, as well as like Maria or Nanjala, if you want to jump in. I think what we're talking about is still kind of abstract, and I'd really like to bring it down to what's happening around the world and what could happen in the future.
I actually would defer to Maria and Nanjala. I think that they have some immediate examples that would probably really help bring this out of the Zoom boxes.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So one example that I spend a lot of time with in my book is about the women's movement in Kenya. And we're talking about a socio-political context in which it's not outright marginalization in the way that people think about. Like, it's women work and women own businesses and do all of these things. But patriarchy is very strong in Kenyan society. So, for example, a lot of communities, women are not allowed to own land, to own property in their own names. And one place where it manifests actually is in the analog public sphere, whereby we have these unspoken morality codes about how women should dress in public, and the consequences not being legal, but actually harassment, abuse, and violence. And in response to one of these incidences in 2014, we had a massive online mobilization by the women's movement in Kenya that resulted in the hashtag My Dress, My Choice. My Dress, My Choice happened on Twitter, it happened on Facebook. It was also, WhatsApp was still very nascent, but was also a site where women especially were organizing around harassment and violence, not as a quote unquote morality issue, but as a public safety issue. And this is violence, and this is assault, and it's abuse. And it's the first time, certainly in living memory, that we've seen government responding and charging the men who are perpetrating these acts with assault, as opposed to treating it as some kind of violation of, as I said, quote unquote, morality. But the big thing is that for radical feminists in Kenya, there was no space in the analog public sphere. Feminism was always discussed as a dirty word. Some of the iconic Kenyan women that you would think about, Wangari Maathai, are women who had the backlash, tremendous backlash by everyone in the society, because they're women who are living outside the norms or the codes that are unspoken codes in the society. So feminism, identifying as a feminist, was a huge personal risk, right? And you would end up being treated as some kind of stranger. So for radical feminism, the digital space in Kenya, the digital space has been tremendous in not just advocating for women's rights and women's safety, but in articulating radical feminism as a political discourse. What are we against? What do we stand against? For bringing in, making it a broad tent, bringing in LGBTQ plus rights in a country whereby homosexual acts are still punishable by 14 years imprisonment. It's allowed people to find each other in an analog context whereby you couldn't even say out loud that you were gay. You couldn't even say out loud that you were a radical feminist. And being able to communicate somewhat freely on online spaces gives momentum to these movements, and these movements result in very key changes in the analog public sphere. The same vein, we had the repeal Section 162, which is the section that prohibits homosexuality in Kenya. The fact that LGBTQ plus Kenyans were able to organize, were able to put out statements, were able to actually be in conversation with the rest of the public in a country where the traditional media will never publish anybody who has homosexuality anywhere in their bio, will never put them on television, will never put them on radio. It was a tremendous boost to the movement, and it allowed for space in the public, in the both digital and analog public, for a conversation that the traditional public sphere had been stifling since probably Kenya began.
I would almost argue the opposite. So I would almost argue the opposite, Jala, in the sense that I think, yes, I agree it was empowering at the beginning, but I think that the tide turned, at least in the Philippines. The Philippines, for the 6th year in a row, has Filipinos spend the most time online and on social media globally, 6 years in a row. So firsthand, I mean, in less than 2 years, the Philippine government has filed 10 arrest warrants against me. So I've posted bail 10 times just to be able to do my job as a journalist. And, beyond that, it's the same methodology, attacks bottom up. In 2017, government propagandists tried to trend the hashtag Arrest Maria Ressa. It didn't trend. So they just kept at it. And 2 years later, I was arrested twice in a little more than a month. So, in 2016, we wrote investigative pieces showing you how the kind of social media, the weaponization of social media happened. And we called out the impunity on 2 fronts. President Duterte and his brutal drug war, human rights activists put the death toll in the tens of thousands. That violence in the drug war was facilitated, and it was fueled by social media, by American social media companies, right? So based on this, on big data analysis that we did, we reported the networks that were manipulating us online. They were targeting and attacking not just journalists, but human rights activists, the truth tellers, pounding to silence. And this is the goal, anyone challenging power, right? So, well, it's only gotten worse today. And Silicon Valley since came home to roost on January 6th with mob violence on Capitol Hill. What happens on social media doesn't stay on social media, and online violence leads to real world violence. I'll add just one last thing, which is how this is all connected to geopolitical power play, right? Because as we're talking about the coronavirus, there's this equally dangerous and insidious, I've started calling it the virus of lies, that's been unleashed in our information ecosystem. It's seeded by power, wanting to stay in power, spread by algorithms that are motivated by profit. It's a business model Shoshana Zuboff calls surveillance capitalism. The reward is our attention, and that is linked to the geopolitical power at play. The EU has slammed Russia and China for their intensified vaccine disinformation campaigns. And then this again becomes personal. Last September, Facebook took down information operations from China that were campaigning for the daughter of Duterte for president next year in our presidential elections. It was creating fake accounts for US elections, and it was attacking me. I'm just one journalist, right? So all of this is connected. Anyway, so it's very personal and also scary.
Yeah, if I may, I by all means would never categorize myself as entirely optimistic, because I do agree with you. And one of the points that I like to make is that the reason why we've had this use of social media in this way in a lot of African countries is because the social media companies did not see Africa as a site, did not see it as a market, did not see it as a place that was worth paying attention to. And because people were not paying attention to it, then all of these, you didn't have this investment in the negative for a long time, and that allowed the positive to flourish. The tide is definitely turning. The tide has definitely changed. And in fact, I end digital democracy with the 2017 election because Cambridge Analytica, which is a name that everybody's aware of right now, their first operations, India 2011, Kenya 2013, Kenya 2017, right? So we've had the same thing, massive investments in misinformation campaigns. A lot of it, Cambridge Analytica, British company, Paris Media, American company, a lot of money coming from outside to influence political conversations in Kenya because of this realization that Africa is a place where conversations, where there's money to be made, to put it quite simply, where there's money to be made. And so until the beginning of this year, Twitter's Africa office was in Dublin. Last month, Jack Dorsey announces that he's moving to Ghana for 6 months. Until 2015, Facebook's Kenya Africa office was a sales office in Johannesburg. At the beginning of 2019, Facebook went on a tremendous hiring spree and has expanded its operations in Africa so that right now the Africa office is actually a fully fledged a regional office, the same way as the one that exists in Germany, as exists in the UK. All of this is changing and it's super dynamic. And I think what you said about how the people in the Philippines use the internet, use social media more than any people in any other country, I think it's that lag that right now, when I started writing in 2007, there were 100,000 Kenyans on Twitter. Now there's almost 2 million, and it's growing exponentially. And I think as that happens, the good will also intensify, but so will the bad. So will the opportunity for predation. And that's why it's really important to understand what's happening in other parts of the world, because it's all connected, as we said. A lot of the things that made June 6th happen in the United States are things that were practiced, seeded, misinformation campaigns, tactics that were being tested in other parts of the world before they were being perfected in the United States.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I think, one of the things that you're really hinting at here, or like really sort of pushing us towards, is how not just financial reasons, but also how power drives a lot of the narratives that are happening in the digital online world. And Maria and Nanjala and Catherine, I know you all have some thoughts about the power and money dynamic that's driving these online platforms. Catherine, I'd like to start with you, because I know you have some great examples from your time at Wikipedia to share.
Oh, I mean, I think that, Nanjala, I'm so glad that you brought up this issue of where the offices are based, because I think that this is absolutely key to really thinking about whether products and platforms are serving the communities that are now using these products globally, in a way that is meaningful and sort of tailored to the needs of those communities. I think that we're all very familiar, or perhaps the listeners who are here today are I hope that if not, you'll be familiar by the end of this conversation with this idea that most of these platforms have been built out of Silicon Valley. Most of the policies have been built out of Silicon Valley. Most of the policies and practices that are utilized to govern these platforms, both internal policies to the platforms, but also the ways in which they are governed from a legal standpoint, are really based off US laws and norms. And when those are expanded out globally, they do sometimes run into very real world challenges of not being applicable, not being enforceable, not being appropriate, all of these sorts of questions. Now, I think that the connection here is something, Nanjala, you started to speak to, but I'm going to make really explicit, which is that historically, most of these platforms did not see the rest of the world as a market. The market was the United States. The market was Europe. It was where you could make money. It was where you could sell ads. So it was where the infrastructure was developed. It was where the investments were made. And basically the rest of the world, good luck. And so I think that one of the things that is really this transformational change, and I don't, we can talk about whether it's good or whether it's bad, to the point of whether, late stage capitalism is good or bad, is that we are now increasingly seeing platforms be aware of the market power of other parts, other regions of the world, the increasing economic power of individuals living in different countries outside of sort of the Western Europe and North America. And what is interesting, and I think, Erica, what you're trying to tease out is this idea that all of the product decisions that are made are really ultimately in service of sort of the maximum revenue per user, the maximum time on site, and those lead to certain decisions around what kind of services that these companies build, but also what decisions that they make relative to enabling censorship or enabling privacy or disallowing privacy on their platforms. And so a great example of this that we've seen play out time and time again is when governments go to platforms and say, we don't like this content. We don't like the way that you're enabling people to speak about something that is a challenge to the current government in power. We don't like the fact that this says something perhaps accurate, but defamatory. No, that's not correct. Accurate, but unflattering about a leader in power. And so we're going to ask you to take this down. And if you don't comply and don't take this down, we're going to shut off market access to 10 million people, 80 million people, 200 million people who would otherwise bring value to you and your advertisers. And so those connections of the value per user, the value per market are driving the policy decisions. And that's where we start to run into real questions about, is it a public square? And the answer is, whenever you have a capital incentive, it is not a public square. And so I see Maria and Nanjala nodding, and I want to make sure that I can give them space to take the floor as well, because I'm sure they have much more to add.
Yeah, Maria, you want to jump in first and then Nanjala?
Yeah, just picking up from what Catherine said, right? The Shoshana Zuboff called it surveillance capitalism. But I think, what we have to look at is that the very platforms that deliver the news, the facts, the information we need to make accurate decisions in our lives are by design dividing us and radicalizing us. Because they're American companies, it's positioned as a free speech issue. It isn't. And the users are blamed for a lot of the problems, saying, well, people are really bad. No, these platforms are not mirroring our humanity. In fact, they're making all of us our worst selves by design, because it brings in the most revenue. And here's the part that I worry about the most. And I studied social networks because I was looking first at how the virulent ideology of terrorism, how did that spread through social networks? How did it spread through social media? And that's when you go from the psychology of an individual to group psychology, and how oftentimes the group exerts its own pressure. So an individual in a group will behave differently. And finally, when you have it at scale, which is what these platforms had, it's called emergent behavior, right? How we behave at scale right now is actually, it's based on violence, on fear, on the very things that power the money that the platforms need, right? Violence, fear, uncertainty. And frankly, at least in my case, right? Again, I could go to jail for the rest of my life, enabled by the dystopia in our information ecosystem. So this is a problem that we need to solve.
Nanjala, you want to jump in here?
I'm not sure that I can be more profound than both Catherine and Maria have to think. There is a level of growing consciousness that we are at the mercy really of commercial policies, that our political processes, our public conversations are at the mercy of political decisions. So One of the things that I've been looking at the last year has been language and how language makes things possible and makes things not how we name things affects what we think they are. And the word that has been really stuck in my brain is the idea of community standards. And when a company says community, what do they actually mean? Are we actually talking about community in the way that we understand it in the colloquial sense? Or are we talking about an abdication of legal responsibility? You know what Maria was saying, making it our fault. You know, it's your fault that you didn't catch that hate speech. It's your fault that this thing went the way that it did. And sort of twisting what we mean when we think about community, when we think about interdependence, when we think about relation, when we think about, you know, solidarity, and actually flipping that to, we're not going to do anything. If you want us, the site, to be better, then you have to do all the work. And it's become really apparent, for example, when we talk about content moderation. Content moderation is a really interesting thing because most of Facebook's content moderation for the rest of the world is actually done in the Philippines. And so we have people who are putting up posts in languages that are not even official languages in many of the African countries. This has been a huge problem in Ethiopia. The official language in Ethiopia is Amharic, but the majority of Ethiopians don't speak Amharic as a first language in the sense that they have another language. And so the content moderation that's done in English in the Philippines isn't going to catch what hate speech people are spreading in Afan or in Somali or in Tigrinya. And this is stuff that is leading to conflict. You know, 68 people died in October of year before last because of hate speech that was posted on Facebook that stayed up for about 3 days. And people died 68 people died over the weekend. And the community moderation fails because it's not really community. We're not really in the same relation as we are with your neighbors and the people that you see and you have to share physical space with. And so what it really means is that no one is responsible, that actually we're waiting. The failure to invest in content moderation in African countries before rolling out the business practice, to me, was a red flag about this whole tension. You know what Catherine was talking about. When the capitalist interest, when the profit-making interest supersedes the interest, the community interest, the well-being of the people, the well-being of the society, can we really call it a public sphere in the traditional word? And that's why I think that it mimics the outlines of the public sphere and it takes certain aspects of it. It's maybe not a one-to-one substitution in the way that the people who make the site might want us to think.
Yeah, one of the things that, all of your points sort of are leading me to is really that there's very, very little, when bad things happen, and, not just online, but they jump into the real world of, the analog world, there's very, very little opportunity for redress. And then there's also very little accountability, with these in real life implications of online public discourse. So, I mean, one of the things that bothers me personally is that the sort of the structures that we have for redress in a justice system, or even within our governments with elected officials, just doesn't exist in this online global public square. I'd love for your thoughts on, well, how it doesn't exist and any examples that you can bring to the table here, but also what do you think should be in place beyond some of the regulation that's starting to come out of the EU and other places in the world. Catherine, should we start with you again?
I was worried you were going to call on me first. No, I think that it's something that Nanjala said that I think is really important, which is this idea that we're really not talking about communities and the sort of this parallelization of content moderation and community moderation and what a community actually is. And I think that I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to stand up for the platforms just a tiny bit, which is to say that I don't think we know what we want them to do. And I'm not saying that human rights advocates don't have very specific understandings of how we defend human rights, and journalists don't have very specific understandings of what they would like to see. But as as a whole, as societies, as even just the three of us on this panel, I think we would struggle to come up with a set of sort of solution-oriented asks out of platforms that would feel comprehensive and meaningful to address the diverse set of challenges that we have. And the reason I am saying this is because when we talk about sort of the norms of the public square, each of our public squares, the proverbial public square, existed in a community, to Nanjala's point, and that community had its own norms. It had its own norms about power sharing, time, space sharing around voice, around what was appropriate language, what was incitement. Those norms did not work perfectly in the offline space of governance. They still do not work perfectly. We've had lots of conversations probably throughout this week about the real challenges and threats that exist within the governance space of democracies, robust democracies today around the world, let alone these conversations that are happening in the online space. And so, although they were imperfect, they were community-based practices and norms that became the basis for all of our laws, our legislative bodies, the ways that we think about jurisprudence and precedent. The internet and the network at the scale of 3 billion people has only existed, not just for the 30 years that we've been on the web, but the scale of 3 billion people has really only existed for the last few years that we've all been connected. And I think we struggle to be able to articulate what kind of community norms we want at that scale. And so I'm a big advocate of going smaller on these issues and trying to scale back to the size of community-based standards and community-based norms. But to the end, so that I think that kind of gets a little bit to what should be in place, not so much around redress, although I do think that there are some interesting sort of questions there. But really around sort of community-based standards and norms. And I think that platforms have not done a very good job of spending and internalizing to their own sort of cost structures. What does it mean to bring out, to draw out what the community expectations and community norms are for a lot of these platforms? Instead, they try to apply sort of one-size-fits-all solutions that, and I understand that many of those are actually truly and meaningfully grounded in the human rights space, but they tend to break down when they are all subject to individual tests, such as the way that the Facebook Oversight Board seems to be moving around individual tests of rights, rather than understanding how these apply at the scale of the network and what sort of precedent it sets. So that's sort of what I would add to the conversation. And I'm seeing Maria nodding, but I'm also seeing Nanjala with a maybe a little bit of disagreement. And so I think that that's a healthy place for us to be. So I'd love to hear from both of them.
Okay, Nanjala, you want to jump in first, and then we'll go to you, Maria?
It's not so much a disagreement as it is. I do think that there is something to almost breaking up our idea of the social network, to stop thinking of it at a global level and start thinking about it at a smaller level. It doesn't necessarily have to be national. It doesn't have to be tied to a national boundary, but certainly disaggregating and stop, sort of move away from the, I always going back to antitrust laws of the Great Depression period and sort of moving away from that federal oil model of let's go take over the whole world and starting to think smaller. I think there's something to that. And I think that's what's starting to happen, but it isn't coming organically. It's coming because a lot of countries are starting to threaten nationalization, that you have to have a local office. There has to be someone in this country that we can sue for all the things that you do when you upset us and you do all of these things. And I think that the companies are trying to get ahead of that energy because it's definitely coming down the pipeline. And certainly in a lot of African countries, it's definitely coming down the pipeline. I think that one of the things, I do think though that there is precedent. And I think that one of the things that the companies are going to have to sit with is that they will have to scale back their profitability in the interest of securing the public good. I think, for example, investing in well-resourced content moderation will require having well-resourced content moderators in every single country that you're operating. That's a tremendous amount of money. But what's happening right now is that the costs are being externalized as non-monetary costs. So they're not being measured, but we're still living with them. And so what looks like a savings is actually that we have non-monetary costs that are not being put into the accounting. And so thinking about it, I mean, I know in the environmental movement, this is something that's happened a great deal. People are starting to think more completely about externalities, about what does climate change mean? Even if you made XYZ money and you put this many tons of CO2 in the air, how much is that CO2 costing us? How much, and it doesn't have to be in financial terms. I think that's maybe somewhere that we need to start thinking. Is it a question of, I know Twitter started doing this a while back, but has not been as vocal about it, but making it more robust, the idea of accounting for the non-monetary costs of having these things. And from a philosophical perspective, I'll tell you one thing that I struggle with is maybe we're not supposed to be communicating as much as we are. Like, and I really struggled with articulating what that means. It's really at this point just an instance. But again, when you have to pay for a text message, when you have to pay 15 cents for a text message, when you try to make sure that whatever is in that text message is really important, right? It's something that is worth that 15 cents because that adds up. You send 10 text messages a day, you spend $1.50. Because there is no financial cost to a lot of the communication that we're doing, that we're conscious of. Of course, there is a thing for internet and all of that stuff. I think that we are absorbing those costs in other ways. And so we think that it's not costing me anything to put this message up or to send out this tweet. But as Maria was talking about, the attention economy, the surveillance economy, there's all these other costs that need to be accounted for. So is it a question of getting better as both the digital rights movement and the people who are working with the platforms at accounting for the non-monetary costs of what it is that we're building and what it is that we're participating in? So that's kind of where I would start with thinking about what would effective regulation and sort of curbing, I guess, the excesses, what would that look like?
Yeah, Maria, on to you.
I'm gonna take bits and pieces. I think of both Catherine and Nanjala. Look, Catherine, you mentioned the Facebook Oversight Board, right? And it's set up like it's a Supreme Court, and it is trying to put a system of justice in place at a glacial speed while this platform it's attempting to regulate moves at the speed of light. So you're talking about like the birth rate of humans versus Drosophila fruit flies. It doesn't work. And so, I sit on the real Facebook Oversight Board and we try to put pressure so that they actually do. I guess the basic assumption is this: why is it okay to move at a glacial speed to deal with the problems that you created at lightning speed, at warp speed? That's assumption number one. Assumption number two is, okay, so you have billions of people. So why would you not be held accountable for what happens to all those people? Why is there something like why isn't there anything like a consumer protection board for all the users like me who are abused, the women, the LGBTQ, the women journalists are attacked. In the Philippines, women are attacked at least 10 times more than men. It brings out sexism, misogyny. It brings out the worst of human nature. So that's the other one. I think the third one is, it goes back to, and this is because I come from mass media, we could only expand at the rate of what we could be accountable for. It took me a year to set up the Jakarta Bureau for CNN because I had to go learn the culture, the language, and the laws. And when I set up that bureau in Indonesia, I was accountable for it. So why would tech be any different from that? And that leads right to, like, I guess this last part, which is, if you can't handle the technology, why would you be making $29 billion in net income? I sound like I'm really against the tech platforms. Let me say I am the biggest fan of technology. Rappler remains a Facebook partner in the Philippines. We're one of only 2 Filipino fact-checking partners. I believe in the tech. We created Rappler in 2012 precisely because I was hoping technology would help jumpstart development in countries like ours. But the excesses and the greed of the people who are running it have now destroyed democracy. And again, this is documented. So I guess I'll end with just that one thing of, I think this is E.O. Wilson, that biologist who said this, right? That the greatest crisis we're facing is we have we're Paleolithic emotions. This is where we're being manipulated insidiously so without our knowledge. medieval institutions that can't regulate it, and godlike technology. So I go back, and I'll agree with you in saying that maybe we should go back to smaller, but how do you go there? I don't think it's that hard. Not if you go right back to the principles that have always been there in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. A lot of these things happened after news organizations lost the gatekeeping powers to the public sphere. And I guess this is where we go to the public sphere, right? The public sphere is, if you're a news organization, is governed by a set of standards and ethics, the mission of journalism that holds you accountable for that. And I guess that's what we're missing. The new gatekeepers get the money, get the power, but they're not accountable at any level. And we are all suffering for that.
Absolutely. One of the things that, I've been thinking about a lot over the past few years is, well, how do you create that accountability? And, obviously regulation is, moves at a glacial pace. So I don't think that's just the right approach. But one of the things that's actually inspired me is other industries and how they've done it. So looking at, for example, the food safety industry, I think has done some really interesting things. You have everyone from the farmer that's, raising the cow to the meat processing plant, and like when something goes wrong, how do you really delineate where accountability lies? And obviously that's very different sector, but I think that there are a lot of other sectors that we can draw inspiration from. Do you see any other sectors or any places where you think we can really start thinking about how you put that accountability into action? Okay, Maria,
Catherine, I want to hear. You know why? Because the other thing we haven't mentioned, of course, is Wikipedia, right? Like part of the problem that we have lost is the excitement that we had before the Arab Spring became the Arab Winter, right? Before when it really was an empowering, where technology empowered these voices. And I think Wikipedia is one of the last they're holding it out for the wisdom of crowds. But when you lose independence of thought, when you're able to pummel and you can't make decisions anymore, you lose the wisdom of crowds and it becomes mob rule. So I guess Wikipedia is still holding it out, right? But I don't know if you agree with that. But I'd love to hear from Catherine, and then I'll dump some thoughts also, but I'll shut up.
Yeah, absolutely, Catherine. That's right. But then I will come back to your specific recommendations on accountability. So think over that. Catherine.
Well, I think one of the things that makes Wikipedia so incredibly different relative to these other platforms is the decentralization of the interpretations of policy and the decentralization of accountability and decision-making. And so what I mean by that, for those who don't know how Wikipedia works, is that it is a volunteer platform that is edited by people around the world. It exists in about 300 languages. Some of the largest languages like English are 6 million articles, hundreds of thousands of contributors. The smaller languages may just have a few dozen. That actually speaks also to the quality model. The more people participate, the more high quality it is, particularly the more ideological diversity, sort of life experience diversity that you have, the more comprehensive, the more robust. But then specifically at the article level, also the more neutral or balanced the article actually is, because you end up with people sort of really having to negotiate around complex topics that people may have genuine and legitimate differing viewpoints about, including sort of historical incidents or understandings of culture or religion, in which there is no sort of one accuracy. One of the things that I think makes Wikipedia interesting potentially, and one of the reasons why I think a lot about some of the challenges of scale, is that it doesn't scale. There's no centralized decision-making or authority on the 55 million articles that exist. There are a series of sort of principles around what kind of purpose we want the platform to have that enable people to interpret them in the local context. And I don't just mean local in a way that says geographical. Localized could be in the context of medical information. It could be in the context of information about literature. interpret in the local context and negotiate what the norms are within the community that cares about that context and is responsive to that context. And because all of this happens sort of in public and anyone can participate, there is a built-in accountability mechanism around the decisions that Wikipedians make, because anyone can become a Wikipedian and participate in those decisions. And so the public has a direct line of accountability, even if they choose never to participate in it. I think it's really baked into the sort of norms that have emerged for the platform over time and become sort of a sort of a closed loop system that enables for every decision to be scrutinized and then inform the next set of decisions. I do want to say, though, because I think it's really important to say, it is imperfect. There are lots of issues. Don't want to make this a Wikipedia advertisement, but there are lots of issues with that system relative to who participates, who has power. We see a lot of exclusion of people from the global South. We see a lot of exclusion of women. And of course, the platform is working actively to change that. But by and large, I tend to agree with Maria. I think that it is better as a model than many models. And I think there's a lot for other platforms potentially to be able to learn.
But of course, a big reason why Wikipedia is successful is that it's also dependent on people putting money in, the non-profit making model. And this aggressive pursuit of profit is part of what colors what the other social networking sites are doing. Is that you're always cutting corners, you're always, instead of doing content moderation, you do content moderation light. Instead of doing, investment in understanding local culture and local history, we're going to skip over that and not invest in understanding the communities that we're working in. I mean, the obvious answer, well, starting point for me is, in the early 20th century, media, newspapers basically meant that people would be in their houses typing out flyers and handing them out, to whoever would take them. There was no central organization, there was no central regulation. People would just write whatever they wanted. And libel laws, defamation laws have their history in the early 20th century, 19th century as well because of that, because you could literally say whatever you wanted, put it in a flyer and hand them out. And it was a combined effort of self-regulation. So you have media guilds and unions coming up with standards for themselves, but also public regulation, defining what is libel, the hard limits. What is libel? What is defamation? What is slander? What is, abuse? What is incitement to genocide? Characterizing and describing that. And a combination of that and self-regulation, creating a context in which the norms can become part of what we think is normal for a newspaper, right? We think it's normal for a newspaper to have fact checking. We think it's normal for a newspaper to have all of these backstopping that happens at the back of news production, but it actually wasn't integral to the system. It was something that was built. And, to go back to the idea that, this is social media 4.0. Social media 1.0, you would think about Friendster, you would think about all of these old platforms. Then you had MySpace, you had, I think the only surviving site from the social media 2.0 is LinkedIn. Everything else has gone by the wayside. And now we have 5.0 sort of, beating down the doors, TikTok, all of these new sites coming up and bringing another different way of thinking about things. And so in terms of thinking about a model, I think it's still very nascent and there's still an opportunity for us to define both with the combination of, conversations like this, conversations with people who are active on the platforms, who are enduring the worst of the platforms and who are seeing what the ugliness could look like, and people who are benefiting from the platforms, being in dialogue, but also having some overarching hard limits established on, these are things that will be unacceptable regardless of what happens. The ability to interfere in the political processes, political discourses of another country, that's a hard limit. Abuse, sexual assault, encouraging sexual assault, incitement to violence, these are hard limits. And I think, just to add on, I think one of the challenges that has happened is that this idea of free speech, because these are Silicon Valley companies that are rooted in American legal practice, is this idea of the absolutism of free speech. And the absolutism of free speech is not a universal value. A lot of us live in countries where there are actually many limits to speech because we've seen what the excesses are. We've lived through genocide, and we are honest about having lived through genocide. That is a subject. We are honest about having endured all of these excesses. And so, there are things that you can't say in Kenya because of what happened in 2007. There are things that you can't say in Rwanda in a newspaper, in a magazine, whatever because of the 1994 genocide. There are things that you can't say in Germany because of the Holocaust. And I think, having an honest conversation about the hard limits to what should be permissible on these platforms is not a anti-free speech process. It's a recognition that the American approach is unique to American history. And actually the rest of the world has always had a different way of thinking about the hard limits. You can't just say whatever you want on the newspaper because of certain histories that are attached to incitement and public discourse.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the balancing of the various rights is obviously key in this space. I'm a bit conscious of time, and we only have 10 minutes left, so I really want to get to all of you about what you think is the most important step that we need to be taking, and who needs to be taking these steps specifically. Maria, I know you've done a lot of work out of the Infodemics Working Group. I'd love for you to talk about some of the recommendations that came out of there, and then I'll pass to you, Catherine, and then Nanjala.
Okay, sure. So I look at this as three main pillars that will kind of restore some sense of a shared reality, because this virus of lies that I talk about, it infects real people and changes the way they look at the world, and cognitive biases. I guess I didn't explain that whole behavioral economics, the way we are being manipulated, but once you're infected, it's just like getting the coronavirus. You're changed, and you could literally, well, okay, let me not go there. So what's the solution? November last year, a group of us in the Forum on Information and Democracy formed an infodemics working group. I co-chaired it along with former EU Parliament member Maritka Schaake. We came up with like a dozen principles. Catherine talked about principles, right? One of a pet peeve of mine when we talk about content moderation is the kind of atomization into meaninglessness of how you moderate the public sphere. You don't moderate the public sphere by deciding on how much breast do you show. You moderate it through principles, something like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You agree on standards and ethics, right? And then, anyway, so let me go back. 12 a kind of systemic solutions, and they are aligned with like not manipulating us insidiously, not taking machine learning and taking every post and building a model of each of us so that you can then feed our most vulnerable point. You can sell it, right? It's kind of like, I think it was Tristan Harris who said this, that it's like you went to a psychologist and then that psychologist just said, hey, I've got this story, this weak point of Maria, and I'm going to sell it to you. How much will you give me for it? That's what's happening to each of us, each of the users on the platforms. So those 12 systemic solutions, and then we came up with 250 others, principles that are easily used. I think beyond that, that's just the tech. The second is you have to strengthen independent journalism, because as the business model crumbled, the people who are challenging power, who are holding power to account, have come under more pressure than ever. It's been a decade of decline all around the world. Jimmy Lai and Apple Daily just closed shop in Hong Kong. Jimmy Lai is in jail, right? And then finally, the third is, we talked a little bit in the panel about community. And you have some of the definitions, but right now, the community is global and it is truly sick. And that's where I go back. All of these things require time. The EU's Democracy Action Plan requires time. Section 230 requires time. It is back to the social media platforms. This is where I continue to appeal for enlightened self-interest. Anyway, that's a long-winded answer. Let me kick it back to you guys.
Yeah, Catherine, you want to jump in here and very quickly, and Nanjala, and then I have a couple questions from the audience.
Oh, okay. Very quickly then. I would say improve legislation regarding the transparency of advertising, not just on social media, but on ad networks in particular. I think that that's a real issue, and it's sort of the dark advertising web needs better accountability. Number two is localized community-driven standards. So that's a hard thing to apply, but I would say building on this idea that we've talked about, that we're not one community, we do have different communities. Then I would say autonomy for the implementation of those community-driven standards in the localized context, whether that be linguistic, geographic, or otherwise, but with accountability back to the central entities. So people need to be able to make decisions more quickly with more contextual understanding, but then there needs to be also sort of chains of accountability if those decisions go wrong. And then finally, I would say clearer escalation pathways and case tracking. We talked about the glacial scale of appeals. It's places like the Facebook Oversight Board needing to understand sort of where things are in the pathway, not just the high profile cases, but for everyone. Those are just a few.
Nanjala, to you.
I think I would just recommend one thing that is over and above what has already been discussed, which is we have to get, if these are going to be global platforms, then the conversations and regulation have to be global conversations. And we have to have people from other parts of the world, because as I said in the beginning, a lot of the things that the West is dealing with now are things that have been refined, are things that have been perfected in countries that have a much weaker legislative regime before they're rolled out in the US. Like I said, Cambridge Analytica, Kenya, 2013, 2017, same tactics. Nigeria, 2015, India, 2011. All of these things are things that we know and we've had experience with, but we're not in the conversations when it comes to deciding what the regulations will look like, and we're not in the conversation when it comes to deciding what the future will look like. So definitely begin from there.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a couple questions from the audience. The first one is from Nanjala. What is your expectation for businesses to track non-monetary costs related to impact on the public square?
So I think that I think about environmental audits, and I think about how
I'll go to Catherine first while your phone is ringing. Catherine, so as an audience member had a question on your comment on going small. He or she would like to know what your thoughts are about building alternatives to the major platforms to restore the more local public squares that existed not so long ago before Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're already seeing alternatives to major public platforms. We need to really be, I think particularly people in my generation need to be thoughtful when we're talking about what social media is, that we're often too frequently just talking about legacy social media. And in reality, that's not necessarily the behavioral patterns of a new generation. I will say I'm not even on one of the larger social media platforms that we continuously talk about. Like I've got an account, but I never use it. And so when we talk about sort of the smaller platforms, there are spaces that exist in parallel to these large platforms. There are community-driven spaces. There are ways in which people are building their own community and messaging sites. There are ways in which these newer emergent technologies like TikTok are becoming the locus of conversations on critical issues for distributed communities. So I don't think we want to over rotate on sort of what are we going to do about what are we going to do about Facebook question, because I think we're going to miss a lot of the ways in which emergent behaviors of digital connectivity are sort of coming along. But what I would say is, like, are small social media platforms going to come along and save the day from these large legacy ones? I'm gonna be a little bit skeptical, because I think that it's very hard to take on the network effects. There are conversations around interoperability, data portability. Can you actually have sort of the network sit locally on the phone as sort of the way of having ownership over your own network graph? I think these are interesting, but I've yet to see anything really sort of break through at this point. So by all means, continue to experiment and innovate, but I think it's less about trying to have a Facebook killer and more about what are the ways in which we meet some of the needs that this omnibus product is trying to serve, so that we're not trying to do absolutely everything on one platform.
Yeah, I think Nanjala, perhaps we can go to you just for the final minute on your expectations for businesses to track non-monetary costs.
Yeah, I think that like I said, the environmental movement has been very good about this and thinking about environmental audits in ways that are not just about the money. When we think about offsetting and all of these other practices, it's about translating some of these non-monetary costs into language that can be understood, even if the restitution resolution isn't necessarily going to come from money. So first of all, it would be a question about identifying harms and spending a lot of time systematically thinking about what are the harms, what are the opportunities, what are the gains and the losses that we're making? How do we quantify these? A lot of people think about, there's already a lot of political science research on, the cost of civil war, exit, voice, loyalty. Like, what are some of these knock-on effects? How can we translate them into a way that even if it's not money, it's a way that makes sense for people who are doing business and people who are in industry. And so, yeah, I would say just, to wrap up the conversation, looking at what the environmental movement is doing in terms of thinking about externalities is a great way to start thinking about the externalities of social networking and all of these platforms that we've built.
Yeah, we are just at time now. I'm sorry to cut you off like that, Nanjala, but I wanted to thank all of you so much for your time and your insights and for, I think, what is a very, very important conversation. So thank you so much. And I'll hand it back to Jacqueline in the studio.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Mallory, and I am a program assistant with the DFRLab. Thank you to our panelists for that essential conversation. Efforts to make the digital world an accessible, rights-respecting, and open one are incomplete without a truly international perspective. Similarly, you can't have democracy if 50% of the global population doesn't participate. However, information operations frequently use gendered and sexualized narratives to attack women, trivialize their accomplishments, and dissuade them from political participation. The absence of hate speech is not safety, and everyone, from think tanks to academia to industry, must do better. That's why this 360 OS, we are proud that 57% of our speakers are women. We have featured 10 female-led lightning talks, highlighting research on topics ranging from the COVID-19 infodemic to the gaming industry, and we have hosted 6 panels made up of entirely female speakers. And with that, I am so excited to pass to Moira Whelan, the Director for Democracy and Technology at the National Democratic Institute and a non-resident fellow with the DFRLab for our next discussion, where we'll hear about the dynamics of gendered disinformation, its impact, and what can be done about it, from 5 women who work every day to combat disinformation and build a more equitable internet. Moira, over to you.
Thanks so much, and I'm thrilled to be here with all of you today. I am a big fan of 360 and of the Digital Sherlocks and all of your work, and excited that today we can enlist all of you in helping us solve this completely solvable problem of misogyny online. So I have an amazing panel with me today, a group of women who, this is the hill they will die on. We are all working to address this challenge. And they have done the work in advocating for an internet that is safe for women and have done the research on what we need to do to fix it. So before I turn over the stage, a bit of outlining for our guests, some of the issues that I know our panelists know, and that I think our participants also know, but will hopefully level set us on this conversation. Our goal today is not to spend a lot of time reviewing how big of an issue this is. Every one of us has done 50 of those panels, but instead to look at how solvable this problem really is. So misogyny online is a problem. It far outpaces misogyny online in particular, as opposed to in real life, outpaces the vitriol and violence that we see in everyday life. We also know that misogyny is weaponized, particularly against politically active women and other marginalized groups. And we'll talk a lot about that. And we have lots of research that tells us that this is a universal problem and happening in every region of the world and in every language. We also know that it is directly impacting the participation of women online. In fact, the very idea of being a woman online is a political act, as I'm sure Nina will get into. One of my favorite studies is done by Plan International. It was a survey of 14,000 girls globally who report being attacked online and already taking steps to self-censor. These are girls that aren't even old enough to vote. And that's pretty shocking when we all know that any activist needs access to the digital space to change their community or their country. But those are 14,000 girls. How does one of them become the prime minister of her country? And this is to say nothing again of the violence that's projected on politically active women that our panelists will discuss today. And finally, we're going to talk a lot about the tools we have to address this problem, because we do know what works and we know that it's possible. So joining me today is Lucina D'Ameco, the co-founder of She Persisted Global, a cross-national initiative tackling this problem. We also have Shireen Mitchell, who is a self-described serial founder and a leader in digital advocacy. Nita Jankowicz, a former NDIer, I will mention, is also a fellow at the Wilson Center and the author of How to Lose the Information War and the forthcoming How to Be a Woman Online. And Muthoni Murithi, who is the Senior Gender Policy Manager at the World Wide Web Foundation. So there is literally no better group to enlist all of you, our guests today, in solving this problem. And I really hope that's what we can do here today. We have 45 minutes, so it shouldn't be a problem. We can definitely fix it there. So let's start with Lucina. Can you tell us about what we know about where and how online violence is taking place against women?
Thank you so much, Moira. So here is what we know. First, this is a problem that is pervasive across borders and any countries, because really online violence against women, and particularly women in politics, is happening everywhere. According to a recent study from the Economist Intelligence Unit, over 85% of women globally have witnessed online violence and abuse. And actually the percentages go even higher in regions like Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa. And also, really, what we know is that these attacks are aimed at silencing and discrediting women and ultimately bringing them out of the public arena. So women journalists and politicians are really frequent targets. And the aim of these targets is really to silence them and stop them from speaking out. The attacks against Maria Ressa in the Philippines, taken to scale through online disinformation campaigns, are really a prime example of the aims of such efforts for those women that are in fact at the forefront of the battle against authoritarians. Similar things are happening in Germany to the candidate to the German elections. And really we see overall that even more broadly, beyond the attacks against the women politicians themselves, those attacks are really aimed at rolling back women's rights, silencing calls for good governance, and even interfere in foreign elections.
Thanks for that. And I'm going to move now to Shireen to put you on the spot with our favorite straw man question. And that is, isn't this just the price women pay? Isn't this just the price of doing business? And shouldn't women just accept that that there are going to be attacks? This is just the way the internet is. You're muted.
Just realized. Sorry about that. It's always interesting when I hear questions like that or statements like that, right? Because everyone experiences online harassment, right? That's the comment that most people come from with this debate. So it doesn't seem like it's a big deal when it happens to women. But what happens to women is very distinctly different, particularly women of color. It isn't just an attack on them, it's an attack on their children. For Black women, one of the first attacks is to basically say, I hope your child doesn't become a hashtag. That's a death threat. That's a death threat to basically say, stop speaking, no matter what you're speaking about and no matter what the content is. And somehow they don't have the right to speak. Like, we want to define freedom of speech, but then we want to talk about the ways in which that is being held up on these platforms, as well as the way in which they're being targeted. So yeah, I mean, does everyone get some level of harassment? Yes. But what happens to women is not your average name calling. The death threats, if you were doing it in person, are not threats that would be acceptable. You would be arrested for doing. I don't know why you think you can do it online. Also, I don't know why platforms do not hold people accountable for the laws that already exist about death threats. But it does get couched every once in a while to, well, if you want to speak up, you have to deal with the way in which people will disagree with you. Disagreements are fine. This is not about disagreement. This is about incitement of violence. This is about harms that are being inflicted. This is about the fact that my voice should not be elevated because I disagree with you. But when I disagree with you, my life should be threatened for me daring to disagree with you. And that's what changes what's happening here. This is not your everyday thing, and no one should want to believe that anyone is speaking up or saying anything, that they should have the right to have themselves, have their lives threatened just because they're speaking up. What happens to freedom of speech? In this moment with women, you're basically saying, especially women of color, you don't have the right to speak up at all. And that the fact that you're even daring, you should accept that the fact that your life should be threatened. And I say no to that. What about you?
Absolutely. I think there are plenty of people on this who are behind you 100%. But I also want to point out, it's not just the sentiment, right? We have the facts that back this up. We know that this is disproportionately impacting women. And Nina, you did a report on this, and I'm wondering if you can kind of walk us through not just telling us that it happens, but the how it happens, because that's really at the heart of this issue of getting us through that it is a solvable problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Moira. Thank you, Shireen, Lucina, Muthoni. It's just an honor to be with you today. And my recycling truck agrees. That's coming right now. Always perfect timing for these online panels. Listen, the thing that was the most striking about the report that we released with the Wilson Center in January of this year, it's called Malign Creativity. It is all of the ways that abusers, which I think it's important that we call them that. They're not just internet users. This is a very deliberate behavior of abuse that is being targeted toward women. Abusers are so able to get around all of the loopholes they can exploit in terms of service. They get around platforms' blind spots, their lack of intersectional expertise in their content moderation and in their policies. Let's not forget that all of these social media platforms that we're using were built by and for cisgender white men. Right? They've had, until very recently, very few women in Silicon Valley. Now we're seeing that start to change, but we need to continue to push for that intersectional expertise, particularly in policymaking and content moderation enforcement. Now, getting back to the how, we see these abusers identify kind of a spot where they're getting dinged, right? If they're using the word bitch, rather than write the word bitch, they'll use an exclamation point for the I so that the automated, the AI doesn't pick up the fact that they're using that word. They use mimetic warfare. So rather than sending textual abuse, they'll send pictures. One that I've gotten frequently is, because I'm a woman in my 30s, the far right trolls who I get abusing me like to send me pictures of empty egg cartons saying, you shouldn't be in the public sphere. You shouldn't be doing this intellectual work. You should be at home making babies. And here's a reminder that your biological clock is ticking, because women are only good for one thing, and that's making babies. Another thing I was told is, you make babies, we build bridges, as if those two things are equitable. I'm sure many of those men would not survive childbirth. Let's just put it that way. But using these iterative mimetic types of abuse, they're able to escape enforcement. They're able to continue to push this vitriol at women. And when you're in the middle of it, as I'm sure everyone on this panel can attest to, it's like being in a swarm of bees. And to say that that does not have an offline effect on women is ludicrous. We walk around, you walk through a park at night, you have your keys in your hand, you're on the phone with someone, you take a route that goes under streetlights so that you'll be safe. And with that constant threat of physical violence, knowing what we know, that people are doxxed and swatted, disproportionately women on the internet, of course that feels like a physical threat. So this has follow-on effects, not only on women's political participation, but for our national security as well. We know that our adversaries around the world see this online misogyny as a fissure in our society that they can exploit. And unfortunately, our fellow citizens are giving them that fodder. We also see a lot of dogpiling, and I found that the terms of service on platforms really do not account for this effect. We see one high follower account say something that's not explicitly targeted harassment, that doesn't really go against the terms of service, but what it does is signal to all of those followers that this person is now a target, and that's when the really nasty stuff happens. So those are the two things that I think platforms really need to think creatively about how to address, because that is how abusers are evading the consequences of their actions.
I think that's well said. And I want to just make the point that I know we all believe. One is that all of us are accountable for solving this problem, right? That this is not a women's problem to solve, but every one of us who are participating in this event if we are interested in making the internet safe for democracy, it starts here, right? It starts with 50% of the population. And then as Shireen rightly pointed out, this is the key, to start there with a gender disaggregated research, with some of this focus opens up the opportunity for protection for marginalized communities of all types, right? So the idea here is being inclusive and making it an inclusive space for everyone. And I want to turn on that front to Muthoni, because the Web Foundation has done a lot of work in this space and really identified some opportunities for solution, and really taken a lot of the platforms to task for their actions, working with them, but also, pointing it out and not letting it slip away. So can you tell us a little bit about the work you've done and how we join you in fixing this?
Yes, definitely. So thank you so much for this panel. And I'm just going to pick up from where Nina left off, because I think it's really important for us to think of solutions. How do we start to fix this problem? And I think for the Web Foundation, we recognize that these are complex problems that require multifaceted approach. So for us, on our part, we looked at it from a multi-stakeholder perspective. How do we bring together women's rights organizations, women activists, together with tech companies, civil society organizations, to really think about what solutions could look like? I think one of the critiques we hear, and we've had them many times, it's not the first time, women have been saying this over and over on platforms, the ways in which they experience online harassment and abuse. And there was a sense that they were not being heard, or we are not being heard when we're giving back this information. So we decided to create an open dialogue between social media platforms, particularly Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Google, and Twitter, and to bring together women journalists, politicians, women activists, young women, to really start to think of what does the experience online look like? How can we start to solve for some of these problems? And I think this was an experiment on our part to see what happens when you put all these people in the room. Can we start to think about solutions? So from those consultations, two key challenges come out for us strongly. One, and has been already repeated, is that women express the need for greater control over who can comment or reply on their posts, as well as being able to have choice over what they see online, what they see, and how they see it, right? And then the second big challenge that came out, which is always mentioned, is that women highlighted that there needs to be an improved reporting system so that they can be better supported, and that they don't receive the violent and abusive content that usually comes on their timelines. So together with Feminist Internet and Craig Walker, Web Foundation created what we call a Tech Design Policy Lab. So this was a pilot, the first one that we've done, as to find out whether this methodology works. And what it did is brought together design thinking methodologies, civil society organization, tech experts, with the idea of developing product solutions that would address these concerns around content moderation and privacy in a way that would give women control and autonomy over the platforms. So for us, some of the key recommendations that we're seeing and that we're advocating for is, one, and I think Nina alluded to it, is that we need to start thinking about using what we're calling gender by design methodologies in developing products and services. And this enables us to really think of what are the impacts of the products of services on women experiences, and how can we design products that actually take into, as you rightly mentioned, the lived experiences online, their safety, their security, etc. Also, we advocate for tech companies to really think of consulting with women's rights activists. I think what was interesting about this exercise was the ways in which we don't often listen to women. We don't often listen to their experiences. And not only do we not listen to them, we don't consult them in developing. Women aren't consulted in developing products and services, which is such a basic thing. It's nothing new, really, but it's something that we have to emphasize over and over, that women need to be in the room. And I think you rightly pointed out, Moira, in really conducting regular gender audits of the products and services, and really collecting gender desegregated data in a way that is transparent. So how can tech platforms and policies start to be transparent about the data in which they're collecting, and understanding how the products are working for women? So for us, a few things that we're pushing for. So one, around curation. So offering more granular settings for users. So who can see, share content, reply, post, making sure that that's actually set up in a way that women can use, set up in a way that is simple and accessible. We do recognize that oftentimes English is the dominant language, or big European languages. So how can we ensure that people, especially the global South, women in the global South, are actually able to use and have a better experience online? Providing easy navigation and access to safety tools. I think Shireen mentioned it's so difficult sometimes to understand how one can navigate these tools. So making it more accessible. And I think this is really important, reducing the burden on women to, women always have to be the ones to make sure that they're safe online and take the precautions themselves. The platforms aren't proactively reducing the amount of abuse that they see. So I think this is something that we can start advocating for. In terms of reporting, I think one of the things is how to offer users the ability to track and manage their report. So once you make a report, what happens to it? How can you track it? How do you get an update of where the report is at? Do you get feedback on that particular report? Enabling greater capacity to address context. So as I mentioned, not only global North, but global South context, but also context in the way that abuse happens. And I think Nina really alluded to that in terms of how can we better understand how abuse is happening online. And lastly, providing more policy and product guidance when reporting abuse. So how to be supported when you're trying to make a report online. So those are just some of the solutions that we're advocating for, and we hope that tech companies can really start to think deeply and start to develop with this gender design approach in mind. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. And there's so much I want to this is such a great panel, and I want to give the opportunity to our participants to ask questions. So please ask them. But while we wait for that to happen, I want to underline one thing that you said, which really is the focus that we wanted to talk about today, is this idea of liability versus participation, right? That platforms are really looking at, how can I not be liable for a woman being doxxed online and, potentially having offline violence as the standard that they're looking at, which to me often feels like the equivalent of, did you have your keys out when you were walking through that dark alley? What were you wearing, right? Like there's here are a host of tools that you can spend half your day putting on the platform, when I think there are examples out there that we can really design in a way that does make women feel safe. And I wonder if I'll open it up to all of you, if you want to comment on that a little bit, of how we go about shifting that line from one of liability to one of a responsibility to make the participation space safe.
Yeah, very quickly, I think I want to say that, we need to switch from a mindset of looking at content, for example, or actions that are legal versus illegal, to really looking at a framework of online harms and duty of care. And so we see some of the UK legislation and the European Union legislation looking at that. And the reason that this framework works better is that it really dives into issues of risk assessment, dive into issues of transparency in how products are designed, that ultimately address a lot better a lot of the content that is often defined as lawful but awful. Because, for example, in the disinformation realm, lying is not illegal in very many countries. And however, the lies that women are targeted with, in fact, have very real consequences for them, for their lives, and can even be a matter of life or death. And there are three things, I think, three misunderstandings that have made it so that we haven't been able to get there yet more broadly. And I think that the number one really has been that so far we have understood this to be a problem for women only. And I say women only, unfortunately, even though women are 50% of the population, and therefore what's a problem for 50% of the population shouldn't be seen as a minor thing, but actually it is. And even so, this understanding is mistaken, because in fact, we do see that those online harms, that these disinformation campaigns are in fact also aimed at eroding democracy, eroding human rights, and are in fact a matter of national security, as Nina was saying. So number one, we need to broaden our understanding of the problem and its impacts. Number two, I think we need to look beyond misogyny and social norms. I think that platforms are happy to have us think that, you know, the problem is not them, it's not what they're doing, the problem is in society and social norms in society, and they didn't invent misogyny. Which is true, they did not invent misogyny, but they did invent, and they're still implementing, a product that is really incentivizing and rewarding hate, misogyny, misinformation as it generates profit for the social media company through enhanced engagement. And therefore, they need to be held accountable for that product design, and they need to change the product design in such a way that it doesn't lead very naturally to those consequences. And third and last, I really think we have been, particularly in the US, held hostage by the conversation around freedom of speech. And it has been framed as if freedom of speech was in contradiction, in fact, with looking at further better platforms or even regulations for social media standards. In reality, those two things go hand in hand, because as we have seen today, women are not free today to express themselves online. The kind of concerns that they have to face when expressing themselves online are such that, in fact, they represent a very strong, limitation to their freedom of expression. And what we are asking here companies to do is not anything very different than what we're asking so many other industries to do. No, food industry would be allowed to put food in your plates that has poison in it. And then if something happens and someone dies, they just say, oops, we are sorry, and we're gonna try to do better next time. No, generally there are departments that go into the industries that produce that food and check how that food is made, what are the ingredients, have all steps being taken to make sure that something wrong doesn't happen down the line and that someone gets killed. That's the type of oversight that we do generally for many, many different industries, from those building bridges to, to food, to pharmaceutical. And we have allowed social media companies to really get away with murder in many cases, I would say, without having any of those check-ins and those accountability steps. So those are the things that I think really must be addressed.
I'm sorry about the background noise. Every time I open up to speak, a child comes in. I want to, Shireen, go to you, because I think we have a couple of questions coming in So I want to give you a chance to speak, but also on one issue in particular, which came from the audience, which is that we're talking a lot about the online harms. It is the subject here, but can you also talk about how women have been enabled by the digital world, right? How women's rights have, I think it's worth us addressing the flip side question. So please feel free to continue this conversation, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that before I get to that, which I think is very important, is that, again, some of the parts of this conversation is about the technological frameworks that is, the utopic frame, right? That using social media has elevated voices that were not able to be elevated before, and that we have an opportunity to talk in a way that, like, we don't need mainstream media, and that we can still, politicians get to use social media to get their stories out and their voices out, no matter which, platforms they decide to use, whether it's YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, and no matter what the medium happens to be, whether it's through that or text messaging. I mean, we can go through the list of all the elevation that these opportunities are about. But I do think that there's a couple of little key things about the fact that as they're doing that, they're being held accountable in a way that isn't accountable for everyone else, right? So one of the things they're saying is they have to be responsible for the actions that they take because they happen to be doing this, happen to be using these platforms. I also think that we want to make sure that despite the recommendations that we're hearing right now, is that these platforms are basically saying, we don't have to be accountable for you. You have to be accountable for yourself. That includes that in order for us to know that something bad is happening to you, you have to self-report. And when you have to self-report, that means that they are saying, well, we're not going to use our algorithms. We're not going to do anything else to make sure that you're safe. We're basically saying, you have to tell us bad things are happening to you. And there's a disproportionate framework in terms of that, in terms of who gets reported, how they get reported, and then how the platforms respond. I think that's the most important part. Do I agree that we're in an environment where we think freedom of speech is great? I also believe that we, as much as we say that, we also use it as a cudgel. We use it in a way that says, hey, we want to make sure everyone can say what they want, however they want. But even if they're inciting violence, even if they're producing death threats against women, and particularly women of color, it is not our job to do anything about that. It is the women of color, it's the women who have to say, hey, that was a death threat. Did you not catch it on your platform? Do we not know that that's illegal? Do we not know there's laws against that? And that's what's different about where we are right now. I also think it's really important for people to understand that those distinctions, because those distinctions, it's not, again, name calling. It's not about disagreements. It is about the ways in which these platforms are basically saying it's okay for someone to threaten your life, threaten your children, and we won't take it down unless you complain about it. So if I don't complain about it and someone shows up at my doorstep, somehow it's my fault. And that's the key piece here that I think we're missing in terms of these conversations, because I think that people don't realize is that we aren't saying this isn't a platform that's giving us some level of elevation, which is great, some level of organizing and talking about issues that are important to us and finding community that wants to talk about these issues that are important to us as well. What we're saying is, as we're doing that, you're saying to us, with the way that you're responding, the platforms, others, that if we say, while we're doing that, we're being harmed, we're being threatened, that somehow that's our responsibility. And we should somehow feel like that's the way of the world, or the road that we've decided to travel. And that, just very importantly, that we, speaking up against the harms against us, sexism, racism, whatever list you want to give, that somehow we are the ones that are more problematic than those that are inflicting the harms against us, those who are being racist, those who are being sexist, and we're defending ourselves against that, and somehow we should be okay with how we're being treated while we're trying to defend ourselves and protect our families and ourselves at the same time.
I think that's such an important point, and it leads into a question that we got for Nina, which is about, you referenced the gray area, but as Shireen pointed out, like this is a pretty big gray area in terms of the terms of service. And you know, one of the things as you were talking about, Shireen, that jumped out at me is in Malign Creativity, in the report Nina did, there's this amazing graph of, you know, the attacks on Ilhan Omar, you know, that just the minute like the brigading, the just the spike, for everything she says. And it looks identical to ones of research we've done in the Philippines, research we've done in other, I mean, it's just like, it couldn't be more obvious in terms of a gray area. But can you go into some detail about what are the steps, what are the fixes a platform like Facebook, we'll pick on Facebook because in a lot of the world, that's the internet. And, you know, what are the fixes that they need to address to get at this gray area, not just for women, but for marginalized communities, people of color, LGBT, you know, all marginalized populations?
Yeah, so in the report, we have a long section, I think, with 7 top line recommendations for platforms. And you're right, Facebook is the internet in many of the countries that we're talking about. I would also say, you know, a lot of this abuse was happening on Twitter for the candidates that we were looking at. And that's because a lot of politics happens on Twitter. But also we found in comparing activity on Twitter to other platforms, abusers prefer to yell at their targets rather than just about them. So when they can actually reply someone or comment on a post, we saw that happening on Twitter a lot. But that doesn't absolve, you know, culpability from platforms like Reddit, 4chan, 8kun, Gab, Parler. They all have really, really toxic and disgusting problems there as well. So what do they need to do? One, I think it's really important, and we've talked about reporting structures, Muthoni and Shireen both touched on this. We are advocating for an incident report to be introduced so that women can create kind of a 40,000 foot view with context about an incident of dogpiling or a campaign against them. That would allow us to note, okay, here's the tweet or the piece of content that incited this, and here's everything that stemmed from it. Or here's all of the context that you as a content moderator need to understand, rather than this myopic view where a tweet in and of itself might not be necessarily against the terms of service, but when you view it as part of a whole, when you're in the middle of that storm of insects, it definitely is part of that targeted harassment campaign against you. So that's number one. Number two, we're advocating for platforms to take a more proactive view of updating their classifiers for their automated systems. So reaching out to political candidates, to high-profile women, to women who are perhaps not high profile, but in the middle of a strange spike in activity, which you better bet your butt that the platforms can see on their end. They can see when suddenly a bunch of accounts that aren't following someone are suddenly, you know, spamming them with unpleasant content. Talking to those women and saying, what are the types of things these people are saying to you? This allows the platforms to get a little bit ahead of malign creativity, of that mimetic warfare and the iterative content to try to avoid detection, so that when they're using, you know, the exclamation point and the word bitch, we can get ahead of that and anticipate it and continue to catch that stuff before it happens or as it's happening, rather than making the onus be on women for reporting that content. And then thirdly, I mentioned this before, I think it is so critical not only to make sure that policy staff who are developing the taxonomies for these different content moderation policies, but also kind of interfacing with governments, et cetera, that these are representative of intersectional identities across race, across sexuality, across different economic backgrounds, et cetera. That is incredibly important that they be representative so that they can anticipate the types of threats that women are going to receive. A great one recently where you can tell there was no woman in the room when this was rolled out was when Slack decided to introduce direct messaging to any user on the platform just based on a name. Well, what about people who have abusive exes who are suddenly able to direct message them on their work platform? What a disaster, right? So that sort of thing is incredibly important, along with introducing better working conditions and sensitivity training for content moderators, the people who are, you know, executing these decisions basically in sweatshop-like conditions around the world. We need to empower them to really make better, more informed, sensitive decisions about the content that they're moderating. Those are my top three.
I mean, we've got a great list here, and Mutoni and everyone has given the general list of things that we can do to fix this. But I want to ask Mutoni, do you think that there is the will to do it, either in the platforms and governments? And so, I mean, like, do you think it's there? This is so obvious to all of us. Like, why isn't it happening?
Tough question. Well, that's not a tough question, but I think, I mean, that's the biggest challenge, right? Like of all the solutions we've said here, there aren't new solutions. There are many people providing these solutions. So the question is a valid one. Why aren't these solutions being adopted? And I think there is a challenge of political will, but we are seeing some changes, at least with the tech companies that we've engaged with. We are seeing a willingness to partake in dialogue and in trying to find solutions, and then adopting some of the actually points that Nina has raised about making sure that, you know, not only are you designing products that are, you know, dealing with women's experiences, but you actually hire people who understand and have this lived experience to be able to inform your decisions internally. I think the question here is, how can we hold them accountable? I think this is it. How do we hold them accountable on the commitments that they make? And I think that's what we at the Web Foundation are aiming to do. We have stretched out, we've gone out, we've created the multi-stakeholder conversations. Now, what we want to see is how they will take on these recommendations moving forward, and we will be holding them accountable to that. So I think when it comes to tech companies, currently we're in a wait and see. But I think when it comes to governments, we're also seeing similar challenges where we're not seeing legislation that's moving fast enough to be able to address how to address online gender-based violence. We are seeing some progress in countries where the Web Foundation has partners. But again, it's slow because the problem is similar to what we would consider offline gender-based violence, right? With the implementation, there's nothing new here. Like in the ways in which we understand violence against women globally, and the slow pace at which governments have often reacted to that phenomena is similar, probably even worse when it comes to online gender-based violence. So I think the challenge for us is really, how do we agitate? How do we keep on finding multifaceted strategies? How can we continue to be innovative to be able to hold everyone accountable? So tech companies accountable, but also governments accountable, because there's a sense that this isn't a problem for states, right? There's a sense that this is not our problem. This is a problem that happens on the platforms. And I think there's a need to take on governments and really ask them to invest in not only shifting social norms, as Lucina pointed out, but also in seeing how to enable policy and legislative frameworks for change. So that's what I would say.
Well said, and we are closing in on time, and I will say, like at NDI, we completely agree. Madeline Albright, who chairs our board, has made this a major issue to develop a solution summit around it for this year, so we'll be working on it. But rapidly, I want everybody to just run through what can this group do? The digital Sherlocks we have joining us today. I will start, which is that I don't want to see any reports coming out that don't have a gender disaggregated data and gender disaggregated research. I don't care if it's on Hong Kong activists or, a legal framework. Just talk about gender and marginalized communities for like one paragraph in anything that you're doing. We'll go, Lucina, you're next, and just quick through this group.
Yeah, I want us all to fight so that the digital platform standards that are being designed take into account women, that women are actually leading those conversations. We know if you're not at the table, you are on the menu, and we can no longer afford to be on the menu.
Okay, Shireen.
You're on mute.
My thing. Sorry about that. I would definitely agree with that. But I would also say that when it comes down to some of these problems, I've been in some of these rooms and not everyone's listening to us when we show up because they don't see us as a valuable part of this discussion, and understanding what happens to us is different than what happens to everyone else, and being able to be able to not only hold the companies accountable, but also government. Like even our government is not being able to sort of see the harms that are against us, because they're sort of in some ways participating in America in some of the same harms, and that we need to be able at the table in government as well as at the table at these tech companies. And we don't, if you know the numbers, and we've seen those numbers, they're like what 0.1% 0.02% of Black women that exist. So I'm certain that we're not getting the answers that we need. And then the last thing I'll just say really quickly in terms of solution, if you see something happening to a Black woman, you should also take action and figure out a way to also help protect them. Like a lot of this fight feels like we're isolated and we're alone. And I think most people see these type of pylons, these activities, and there's something that everyday people can do as well. And you should take action as well.
Nina, 30 seconds, and then Mutoni.
Report and support. When you see this stuff happening online, piggybacking on what Shireen said, you can report it. That gives the platform algorithms a clue that something bad is happening. It helps. And then express your support. This is an extremely strange, lonely experience when it's happening to you. It helps to hear from people who are supporting you online.
Mutoni?
For me, it's let's ask who's not in the room. So I think who's not in the room is marginalized communities, especially in the global South. So I think that needs to be something we prioritize and make sure it's front and center into this discussion, because the power doesn't lie there, right? So I think that's something really interesting that we can all do to make sure that every time we have a space, we're pulling in others into the room to bring in solutions and to create solidarity to be able to change this phenomenon.
Well, there you have it, 360 participants. The problem is solved. I want to thank all of our participants, and we expect to see all of you in this fight. And with that, I will pass it back to the studio.
Thank you, Moira. Hi, my name is Eric Baker, Assistant Director for Digital Communications at the DFRLab. We just heard about some of the difficulties women face around the globe online and gleaned solutions from our incredible panelists' insight into gender-specific disinformation and where social media platforms have responded effectively, where they fall short, and the consequences of that gap. Next, we move to the battle for the International Telecommunication Union, or the ITU, the UN agency in charge of setting standards for telecommunication services and devices worldwide. Here to share his perspective into the struggle for internet governance is a representative from the Internet Society, Director of Internet Growth and Trust, Hossein Badran. Hossein, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric. It's really a great pleasure to be here today at the Open Summit to speak about this important topic of the effort, condensed and concentrated effort that China and Russia is doing at the ITU. If you could go to the first slide, please. As I mentioned, there is a concentrated effort led by China and supported by Russia and others to revamp the internet architecture, not only from an architecture perspective, but also from a governance and allocation of critical internet resources perspective. And this effort has been underway for several years, pre-2018, and has generated lots of discussion, apprehension within the International Telecommunication Union, telecommunication sector. If we go to the second slide, please. In this talk, I'll explain what the new IP, the term that they have used to explain or to name this proposal, or this initiative that China has led, and then see what are the main concerns of this proposal and its impact on the internet as we know it today, and then what should we as a community related to the internet really do. So new IP is a proposal that Huawei, the Chinese conglomerate, has put forward in the ITUT as early as 2018 and formally in 2019. Basically, and the proposal said very explicitly for a new network architecture, network protocols, to extend and redesign the traditional IP or the internet that we know today, supporting a host of new internet, new services for a new internet. And these services are to be defined, have not been very clearly defined. And with the new internet here, they really address key components of the internet architecture that the internet is based on, regarding addressing, regarding how delay is handled within the network, and also asking for a very high throughput across a global internet architecture. And this kind of approach is really redesigning and revamping the internet as we know it, and will have to start from scratch, and will cause very key concerns that we have. And these concerns, the next slide, please, can be summarized in a few points. And the community has echoed these concerns as well, as we will see. So this new architecture will really cause a huge issue of interoperability with the existing internet that has been there for decades, and has been shown its capability to evolve and address issues or new services, new high bandwidth and domestic delay services can be addressed with this internet. This new proposal lacks interoperability with existing internet. And this will cause, no doubt, to internet fragmentation, as we know it, which is really a very drastic negative consequence to the internet as we know it. And innovation, while innovation is very important to evolve the internet, and open innovation is key to evolve internet protocols, but it has to be incremental. That was we have seen to be successful evolution of the internet as we know it. So evolution and not revolution is the key to evolve the internet through incremental innovation. And here, a case in point is content distribution networks that many Facebook and Google use, for example, to provide services to the network edge. In addition, the capital investment that has gone to build and deploy internet networks by key worldwide operators and regional and local operators, all this capital investment will be at risk once a new architecture, a new hardware is deployed. Next slide, please. And these concerns have been echoed by key community members. Next slide, please. Here, the case in point is the European Telecommunication Network Operators Association, or short ETNO. And ETNO had put a position in December 2020 saying very, very clearly that this proposal will basically put at risk the high investment devoted in telecoms network infrastructures on a global basis, because we're going to deploy new hardware that will be completely different from the existing hardware, putting all the investment that has been done over the years, which is billions of dollars, at risk. In addition, the work that's being proposed to be done at the ITU-T, and T here stands for Telecommunication Standardization Sector, really overlaps with work being incorporated or done in other standard development organizations, namely the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, which is the premium place where internet protocols are developed in a multi-stakeholder fashion, quite different from the approach that the ITU-T does. So this kind of duplication will result in really fragmentation of the internet and coming up protocols that don't interoperate. In addition, there's a very strong concern that we have seen the internet evolve and mature and be successful because of the approach of developing internet protocols is open, multi-stakeholder, and bottom-up in nature. And as I mentioned, the IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force, is the home of the internet protocol development. And this is a multi-stakeholder environment where all parties have the same level of voice to share their experience and their devotion to building internet protocols. It is quite different from the ITU-T, which is a government-led international organization where governments have the power to make votes and decide on international standards. Other entities like civil society or academia can be sector members. They can participate, but they cannot vote. So here it's quite different environment, and we see successful evolution in the internet is done through an open multi-stakeholder and bottom-up fashion for standardization. Next slide, please. So what are the key points here moving forward? What is next? What has happened is that through 24 months within the ITU-T, the debate has gone through to standardize a new IP protocol suite. And this has not been successful until December 2020, where the ITU-T has voted to really stop discussion of the proposal and not make it a formal new work item to come up with a new standard. But unfortunately, this has not put a stop to the debate or to the efforts by the proponents of the proposal, mainly particularly China and supported by Russia and other states, to bring elements into of the new IP proposal to back to the ITU-T to create new work items or standardization paths. And we have seen this in the March meeting, for example, of the ITU-T, where new proposals came in under different names, under different titles. polymorphic networking, for example, or immerse and real-time communications, which is really the same elements that we have seen in the new IP proposal, which shows a determination of the proponents of the new IP proposal to seek alternate paths, even still within the ITU-T, to come up with the standards that help them build a new internet from an architecture perspective and a completely new model from a governance perspective. And this is quite dangerous to the internet as we know it. So the key elements here that this community has to take part in is vigilance within the standardization bodies, within the ITU-T, within other standardization bodies like 3GPP or ETSI or others, to make sure that similar proposals are being scrutinized, are being addressed in the right way. And then collaboration between partners of like-minded and with common interest to preserve the internet and allow it to evolve and innovate in a multi-stakeholder fashion. So this is really a key direction that help evolve the internet in a way that is successful and that's beneficial to all stakeholders including operators, telecom providers, ISPs, civil society, consumer associations, and the internet community as a whole. Allow it to grow in a multi-stakeholder fashion, which is the successful recipe for evolution of the internet as we know it, to support current as well as future services. So this is what I wanted to share regarding the new IP proposal that China is leading, supported, as I mentioned, by Russia and other entities. Next slide, please. Final slide. So thank you so much for your kind attention, and really looking forward to future collaboration with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hussein. While words like multi-stakeholder or acronyms like the ITU can seem technocratic, clearly competition in these spaces matter immensely to the struggle for human rights globally. We're now going to take a short break before diving into our final round of programming for the summit. Please join us back here at the same virtual stage for a short address from the Danish Tech Ambassador at 11:15 a.m. Eastern. See you soon.
So with the Welcome back from the break. I'm Kelsey Henquinet, Assistant Director with the DFRLab. Over this week, we've heard a lot on the need for coordination between national governments, multilateral organizations, civil society, and the private sector to address attacks on civic freedom in the digital age. One of the individuals at the forefront of this coordination is Danish Tech Ambassador Anne-Marie Engtoft Larsen. From her seat in Silicon Valley, the ambassador is at the center of the Danish government's efforts on global governance for emerging technology. Today, we will hear about how Denmark works with allied institutions and civil society to invigorate democratic values globally, including through the launch of their new Tech for Democracy initiative. With that, it is my privilege to turn to Ambassador Larsen.
Thank you so much, Kelsey. It's such a pleasure to be here. First of all, thank you to Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab for organizing another successful 360 Open Summit. I am incredibly happy to be here, and I wish to really congratulate you on the Democracy for Tech initiative you launched last week with an incredible cohort of leaders and fellows. The initiative really speaks to the heart of our Danish efforts in technological diplomacy. For Denmark, it is a critical priority that technological development supports and upholds democratic values, human rights, as well as our societal model. Rather than undermining it, we need to figure out what are the ways where innovation, emerging technologies can really deliver on the promises that we have to them of creating a better, a fairer, more equal, more sustainable, and ultimately a more meaningful life for everyone, everywhere. Technology has never been more pervasive in our lives of people around the globe. Today, I am with you on a technological device. I've been on it my entire morning and most likely will be on it for the rest of the day. And COVID-19 has really reminded us to the great extent on which we as people depend on technology in our lives. New technologies have the potential to help some of the world's greatest challenges: climate change, economic development, health and education for everyone. And it is seemingly becoming such a part of our lives that we don't even notice it. Not only do we have devices in our pockets in front of us, it is becoming embedded into us, in the systems that we encounter, in the ways that we operate, the ways that we are in the world. However, the balance of tech has tipped. Today, a few very large tech companies, they spearhead technological development. And that's given up so many of the services and the products that we today take for granted, but that we are incredibly dependent on for living the lives that we want to. Today, some of these tech companies, they invest much more in research and development than many states around the world. And they have become enormously influential in a very short amount of time, both economically and politically. And they influence all parts of our lives, from smartphones to household items to a new threat landscape, to questions of disinformation, campaigns trying to attack the very core of our democracies. They run very much of our critical digital infrastructure, and we all depend on it, especially when there are vulnerabilities on that digital system. When it comes to collecting data on a global scale, and not only predicting, but potentially really challenging our human behavior, changing, alternating it, big tech now have stronger capabilities than most governments, intelligence agencies, and ordinary companies. We therefore experience that a small number of people, they hold immense power over not just questions of technological items, funny gadgets, but the question of our global society. Where are we headed? How do we want to shape it? What are the values that we want to be fundamental to how the world develops around us? And this is a global society where we, for the past 2 decades, have experienced democratic backsliding. For the first time in 3 decades, we're seeing that some of the fundamental values that we hold dear, that we've taken for granted, that open, free, liberal democracies, they are challenged, they are undermined. We see autocratic states that have discovered the effectiveness of digital tools to suppress opposition, to monitor citizens, and to stifle democratic movements. I believe that democracies should be in control of digital development. We should set the clear framework, the boundaries, and the positives I think, create the imaginations of how technology can create better societies. This should not be up to individual private companies alone or autocratic regimes. At the summit here has so well illustrated, we need to strike the right balance between opportunities and challenges. Because don't get me wrong, I believe that innovation have offered us so much of what makes life enjoyable, of what makes it enriching, of what makes it more meaningful, create better opportunities. However, when we are faced with influence campaigns, cyber attacks, not only on companies, but also on our public infrastructure, on health, on our hospitals, on our utilities, when we see that public democratic communication and discussion is under pressure, when we see that digital surveillance is taking a leap forward, it is paramount that like-minded countries, civil society, and companies that support those same values, that we stand and work together, because no country can tackle this alone. That we share information, that we help to detect attempts at hostile interference and of shrinking the digital civic space, and that we come up with joint responses through close and strengthened international cooperation. Because I believe there is more that is uniting us than dividing us in these efforts. We absolutely need to strengthen the commitment to democratic values within the digital age. This is an essential avenue, and I think part of what we're seeing in rebuilding a transatlantic alliance will be absolutely critical. The EU and the US must together stand up for our shared values on democracy and on human rights worldwide, and make sure that as many people as possible globally, they can share the benefits of emerging technologies and of open societies. As tech allies, we are well equipped to shape the development and use of new technology in a more democratic direction, and to make big technology companies more accountable. The planned Democracy Summit of the Biden administration provides an opportunity, a call to action, for us to show an active role in steering this going forward. And so, speaking to the points of the need for cross-sector cooperation, international effort, Denmark a few weeks ago launched a new initiative, Tech for Democracy. With this initiative, we want to kickstart a new multi-stakeholder push to make sure that technology supports democracy, that innovation paves the way for democratic values, and that by harnessing technology, we not only reap the immediate benefits, but we make the overall lives better, society stronger, communities more thriving, more meaningful, and create better lives. To do that, we need to establish a closer and a more strategic dialogue with civil society and the tech industry as like-minded partners at the table, to be able to counter the challenges that technology represents to our democratic institutions and values. The initiative will therefore bring governments, the global tech sector, and civil society together around the same table to come up with commitments, not only lofty promises, but commitments, real deliverables, and put skin in the game to harness the immense potential of new and emerging technologies for the benefit of humanity and citizens globally. We will seek to forge new public-private partnerships in the spirit of Danish historical traditions around public-private partnerships, and make sure that we get as many as possible together on the goal and making sure that technology works for, not against, democracy and human rights. And so we will make sure to support the promoting of multi-stakeholder partnerships, shared commitment, true actions, and showing deliverables where technology is making sure that we work for democracy and for human rights, and that we do not wait, but we gain those benefits immediately. More specifically, this will include, first of all, a value pledge that brings states, the tech sector, civil society together to safeguard and expand the democratic space, to stand up for democracy defenders under digital attack, and to harness the potential of digital solutions to deliver better inclusion, participation, and opportunities for citizens globally. It will form around principles for solving some of the most acute tech democratic challenges, and it will counter issues such as digital surveillance, authoritarian internet shutdown, and social media's echo chambers and polarization. And then it will focus on how we can expand democratic participation, increase public debate, and engage more people in not only elections, but the really critical timing between elections, where thriving public debate and citizen engagement is a cornerstone of a healthy and an active democracy. The pledge will moreover make it clear that joint commitment from both government, industry, and civil society is required. This will be based on the formulation of overarching principles around civic participation, digital resilience, and mobilization. Secondly, the initiative will advance on the solution side, clear commitments showing that this is not done only by tech companies and civil society and governments, but it's done together. Partnerships which will show tangible solutions within the first 12 months and emphasize that collaboration across sectors can and must work. There's already a lot to build on, and we are very happy to be working with international coalitions and initiatives around the world, identifying the concrete actions and way to mobilize support. One of the partnerships will focus on realizing the democratizing potential of social media. This includes the democratic debate on social media and make sure it becomes more inclusive and fact-based rather than polarized and conspirational. We already have the tools in our pockets to deeply engage with one another and discuss all policy matters and hear much more voices. But right now, we are not using the tools in the best possible way. By making sure that we not only talk to each other, but that we also listen to each other and to different voices and opinions is critical. That's why we prioritize an honest and open discussion rather than polarizing conflicts. And this is what this specific partnership will look on. There'll be a number of other partnerships, and we're looking forward to working with the various tech companies, civil society actors, and governments in making sure we come with clear and concrete deliverables on the table. Thirdly, and the final point to this initiative is that the initiative will focus on how to support democracy defenders through funding. This funding will support democratic development and the use of new technology in social organizations, movements, and media organizations. Because let's face it, today, the democratic defenders, they are not established organizations. They're often anonymous individuals mobilizing online in a short amount of time, and they need our support. They need our help. We will focus on this in the global South in order to develop and support action. We will also look with this funding of saying we need to have a massive funding into the public goods, into the digital infrastructure that is necessary for democratic defenders around the world, creating a better world. And so with this, we are looking into establishing a fund that will do exactly that, support where help is needed, and making sure that those democratic defenders around the world are not left on their own. As part of the initiative, the Danish Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Danish Minister for International Cooperation will invite representatives from governments, civil society, and the tech industry to Copenhagen in a hybrid format in November. This gathering will only be the start of what is an initiative and a Danish commitment to doing something about tech for democracy in the coming years. I would like to conclude this talk by reiterating a ground truth. Democracy is the result of long and patient efforts. It is an ongoing struggle, and threats to democratic norms and values will remain. We cannot and we must not take democracy for granted, because if we do so, we will lose it. So our job is to make sure that we can continue to improve our resilience against democratic backsliding, that we can continue to show that democratic values, democratic systems are not only really good at what they do, they are probably the best in ensuring a more inclusive, a more human-centered, a more sustainable, and a more meaningful future with technologies around us. So we must engage proactively and positively with new technology to make sure that innovation and technology is used to strengthen, to not undermine our democracies, but to build a much better world, delivering on the promises that we so much have had. With that, once again, thank you so much to the Atlantic Council, to the DFRLab for having me here today and for organizing this important platform and conversation. I am honored to be among such prominent and knowledgeable people, and I look forward to continuing discussion and to work on behalf of the Danish government with all of you in making sure that we deliver on one of the most important promises of our time, to make sure that we safeguard democracy. And this becomes not something only for the historical books, but a way of living, a system of organizing, and fundamental values in the world going forward. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Ambassador Larson, for joining us and for your leadership in building statecraft and diplomacy to set standards for technology that transcends borders. The next two lightning talks will include some familiar faces here at 360 Open Summit. We'll hear from a close colleague who not only helped to build our digital forensic research lab, but also much of this research community. He was also at our very first iteration of 360 Open Summit, at which our community was slightly smaller, but our commitment to a shared set of facts was the same. I'm pleased to welcome back Ben Nimmo to reflect on how far we have all come together, with a note of optimism about what comes next for us all. But first, we'll hear from our colleague, Olga Belagalova, who has many titles in this research community committed to countering influence operations. A policy manager for I/O at Facebook, Olga has also served as a leading analyst and as a journalist. Right now, she teaches a subject at Georgetown University with a popular class entitled Lies, Damn Lies, and Disinformation. Over to you, Olga.
Thanks, Graham, and thanks so much for having me back at 360 OS. It's wonderful to be here, and I look forward to the next time in person, hopefully. So I'm here to talk about a subject that is near and dear to my heart, and that is history. Because I wear two different hats, as an adjunct professor at Georgetown and as a policy manager at Facebook, I've gotten the chance to study the problem of influence operations from two different angles. At Georgetown, we normally start off the semester with a shared understanding of definitions and terms. Anyone who knows me knows that that is extremely important. But soon after, we dive right into history. Now, that isn't just the history of Cold War era active measures. It's also the history of how we all communicate with one another and how that has changed with emerging technologies, from the printing press to radio to television to the internet, and how each technology has brought with it enormous societal change and enormous opportunity for deception, from Martin Luther to Orson Welles to Don Draper to Yevgeny Prigozhin. In April 1900, American writer Mark Twain was asked to write a commemorative statement on the opening of the Gutenberg Museum in Germany. Here's an excerpt of what he wrote. It created a new and wonderful earth, and along with it, a new hell. It found truth walking and gave it a pair of wings. It found falsehood trotting and gave it two pair. It found science hiding in corners and hunted. It has given it freedom of the land, the seas, the skies, and made it the world's welcome quest. It found the arts and occupations few. It multiplies them every year. It found the inventor shunned and despised. It has made him great and given him the globe for his estate. It found religion a master and an oppression. It has made it man's friend and benefactor. It found war comparatively cheap, but inefficient. It made it dear, but competent. It has set peoples free, and other people it has enslaved. It is the father and protector of human liberty, and it has made despotisms possible where they were not possible before. Now, reading this today, it sounds like it could have been written about any range of modern communications technologies, mediums, or anything that we study and talk about today. Studying influence operations as they manifest in the digital domain today can feel new and exciting, as evidenced by the incredible community of research we've seen at this conference over the last few days. But one of the things my colleagues and I have seen at Facebook is that IO threat actors that we track, particularly the sophisticated ones, are increasingly employing analog active measures techniques. As social media platforms, researchers, and governments continue to improve detection, deterrence, disruption, influence operators are pushing the boundaries of enforcement and going back to the tried and true techniques of the history books. Now let's walk through a couple examples. I just want to make sure that the slides I prepared are shared. There we go, perfect. So let's go to the next slide right away. So the basis of this conversation is anchored in this graphic, which was created as a handout to support testimony by then Deputy Director for Intelligence at the CIA, Bob Gates, when he was appearing before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in 1985. Here you can see two forged letters. The top letter is from 1984, and it was forged to appear to be from US Ambassador Helene von Damm to Austrian Defense Minister. It is written in almost flawless German and looks to be asking the Austrians about the use of their early defense warning system for NATO, aiming to play on Austrian commitments to neutrality at the time. It was actually sent to the Austrian Defense Ministry, and the Austrians shared this letter with the ambassador herself and said, "What is this? Can you take a look? Is this true?" The good news is that the governments worked together to debunk this. And the even better news is that news outlets who received the forged letter at the time didn't publish it right away and ended up first fact-checking the letter's veracity with both the Austrian and American embassies. At the bottom, you can see a forged letter attributed to US Senator Bob Corker from 2015 and addressed to then Ukrainian Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk, accusing the Ukrainian government of provoking ethnic tensions in Ukraine and criticizing its treatment of ethnic minorities. This forged letter was a part of an operation first exposed by Facebook investigators in May 2019 and dubbed secondary infection by DFRLab and Graphica, who conducted wide-ranging research into this network's cross-platform proliferation across over 300 websites through the use of burner accounts, forgeries, and article placements. Like our 1984 story, though, this operation wasn't particularly successful. Of this network's many attempts to inject its narratives into mainstream conversations, only one story managed to break through, and that was only after it was amplified by one of the top political figures in the UK ahead of the 2019 election. Next slide, please. So the next trend that we've seen across threat actors is article placement. The secondary infection case was just one of the recent examples where IO threat actors tried to seed stories into the press, placing articles into obscure publications with the hope that they would eventually get a wider reach. It was dubbed secondary infection by researchers at the time, as it was reminiscent of one of the most well-trodden Cold War operations, Operation Infection, or as the Stasi called it, Operation Denver. This was an active measures campaign run by the KGB in the 1980s to plant the idea that the United States had invented HIV/AIDS as part of a biological weapons research project. The crux of the operation involved several active measures techniques, including article placement in a pro-Soviet newspaper in India called The Patriot, and agents of influence in the form of East German biologist Jacob Siegel and his wife, Dr. Lily Siegel, who published a pamphlet supporting the theory and accusing the US government of a cover-up. The story went viral the way any story could go viral in the 1980s, which meant that it was reprinted and shared widely by newspapers and governments. The technique of planting stories, relying on lower tier publications and on witting or unwitting freelancers or agents of influence can be seen across a number of operations run by IO threat actors today, including from Iran and Russia. In May 2019, Facebook removed an Iranian network that used a small number of fake accounts posing as journalists and other fictitious personas to seed and amplify their content. FireEye and Facebook researchers saw personas in the network leverage media outlets in the US and in Israel to promote Iranian interests through the submission of letters, guest columns, and guest posts. The example here is a letter published in the Galveston County's Daily News, written by one of the personas in the network. More recently, we saw an IRA-linked effort ahead of the 2020 election that involved setting up two websites posing as news outlets at the opposite ends of the political spectrum. That's the famous example of Peace Data and NAEBC.com. They recruited freelance journalists, including people in the US and in Europe, to write on social and political issues targeting both the left and the right. Next slide. In his memoirs, former KGB operative Oleg Kalugin said that they always tried to place stories in newspapers in developing nations where journalists could be easily manipulated or bribed to publish a story. The news clip on the top right of the slide was the result of a forged dispatch appearing to be from the German embassy in Accra, Ghana, allegedly reporting on an American ambassador who was complaining about how slow it was to overthrow the government in Ghana. The story ended up in the Ghanaian press, and the US had to convince the Ghanaian government that this was a fabrication. But when Soviet active measures didn't rely on leveraging the news media, they found success with sponsoring front organizations and fake NGOs. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union maintained a network of international organizations purporting to be NGOs with common causes like peace building and non-proliferation. Some famous examples include the World Peace Council and the World Federation of Democratic Youth. So fast forward to 2020, and we have a lot of the same things. We have Ghana, we have fake NGOs, and we have front organizations and publications. One IRA-associated operation in 2020 employed people in Ghana at a troll farm, posing as a fictitious NGO in Accra called Eliminating Barriers for the Liberation of Africa. It focused on divisive and racially charged narratives in the United States, and the operation appeared to be outsourcing its activity in an effort to appear more credible. This operation was exposed by researchers at Facebook, on the ground reporting by Clarissa Ward and her team at CNN, and by researchers at Graphica and Clemson University. The other image here from the US Treasury Department is from the US Treasury Department's April 2021 sanction statement, outlining the relationship between several different Russian intelligence agencies and websites posing as outlets or fronting as think tanks. Some of these include the Strategic Culture Foundation, Newsfront, Southfront, and others. Next slide. So what can we derive from all of these parallels between history and today and the operations that we've seen throughout time? So we can talk a lot about how operations have evolved over time, how we've seen threat actors adapt. And one of the things that we've seen is that we can learn a lot from the study of history and historical influence operations. So as a professor, I'm sort of required to tell you that studying history is important. The second thing is that we're increasingly seeing threat actors relying on analog techniques because their wholesale scaled operations are getting caught, because blurring the lines between authentic and inauthentic engagement and outsourcing to other players is cheaper and looks more credible, and because these techniques create more distance between the operator and the operation. Third, these analog methods are more expensive and often less effective for these IO threat actors. They're not getting as much reach because they're relying on these analog methods that they've been using for decades. And fourth, and finally, importantly for this group, there's a lot we can do together as a defender community to educate, to build deterrence, and to catch these campaigns before they can have an impact. And some of that relies on our study of history, and some of that relies on our work to collaborate with one another through a community of research like we have here today. So thank you so much for having me. It's been wonderful working with all of you, and would love to continue the conversation. And to continue the conversation around history, I'm going to pass things over to my colleague and friend, Ben Nimmo, who leads threat intelligence investigations into these influence operations at Facebook.
Thank you for that, Olga. Hi to everybody from Scotland. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be introduced as history, which feels kind of appropriate right now. It's great to be back at 360 OS with so many old friends. One of my proudest moments recently was when we got a tip-off from an open source researcher about a possible inauthentic network, a network of coordinated inauthentic behavior. The researcher came to Facebook, we investigated, we found out that the researcher had been right, and we took down the network. That researcher was one of us. That researcher was one of the digital Sherlocks. That's the sort of thing that we had in mind when we founded the DFRLab 5 years ago, building a community of people who'd be able to identify and expose influence operations, building the awareness and the skills to tackle influence operations. It's been 5 years since DFRLab was born. Those 5 years have gone by in a whirl, but at the same time, it feels like a really long time because so much has changed on the way. To put it in perspective, when we founded DFRLab, Barack Obama was still the president of the United States, Hillary Clinton was the favorite to win the 2016 election, and IRA was only an acronym for a terrorist group in Northern Ireland. So much has changed since then, but to my mind, the biggest thing is this. Everyone is now talking about influence operations, disinformation, and misinformation, although they don't always actually seem to agree on what those words mean. It's worth taking a step back to appreciate how big that change has been. When I was a freelancer studying IO in 2014 and 2015, the hardest part of the job was finding anyone who'd be interested in publishing reports about it. You could email a dozen different editors to pitch something you'd found, and none of them would reply. I actually remember in mid-2015 thinking, I'm not sure this specialization is going to last, and sketching out plans for an alternative career. I think you'll all agree that times have changed since then. And for me, the biggest thing that's changed in the field of IO is awareness. This used to be a niche subject. Now it's mainstream. There used to be only a few of us doing it. And look at us now. When I've been watching 360 over the last few days, when I've been watching the way DFRLab and our community have expanded, I see so many friends and colleagues, friends from around the world, friends who've helped study IO and expose election interference in Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas, friends from the open source community, platforms, the media, and governments. This is a community now, and we've built it together. When I look ahead to the next 5 years, the brightest light that I see is the fact that there are so many of us doing this. And I think that one of our main goals has to be to build the community even more researchers with clearer agreed standards and procedures, and everything that will make this a fully developed field. But the thing is that awareness goes both ways. We've learned a lot about IO, but so have many other people, and not all of them have good intentions. 2016 and the aftermath weren't just a wake-up call for our community, they were a wake-up call for some threat actors, including some PR firms, political campaigns, pressure groups, and governments. These threat actors heard of IO too, and they decided that they wanted to give it a go. If you look at the pace of Facebook takedowns over the last few years, it's accelerated at dizzying speed from one network in 2017 and 20 in 2018 to 67 takedowns last year. We've done over 150 takedowns since that first one. Last month, as Nathaniel was already describing, we published a white paper on some of the main trends that emerged from that data set of Facebook takedowns. And some of those trends speak to the rising awareness among threat actors of the potential that IO represent, or at least the potential for convincing clients that IO are worth spending money on. So for example, we have seen a proliferation of activity across countries and across platforms. There have been IO exposures from over 50 countries on every continent except Antarctica. So if anyone has any leads about inauthentic behavior coming from a South Polar research station, please let us know. It would be nice to check that box. We've seen threat groups running IO on more and more platforms, not just the global ones like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, but small blogging sites, fringe forums, their own websites. My personal favorite operation, Secondary Infection, operated over at least 326 different platforms. And I'm sure that there were more that we haven't found yet. It looks like the logic was to find the soft underbelly of the internet, if you like, to post content in places where there aren't so many defenses. That says something about how it's getting harder to sustain IO on the big platforms, but it's also a reminder of how many different places IO can try to work in. We've also seen the emergence of IO as a for-hire service, influence mercenaries offering to run fake campaigns for anyone who pays. Anyone who pays in this context is not a figure of speech. We've even seen cases where one for-hire operation ran campaigns for multiple competing candidates in the same elections. And as David was saying earlier this week, that business emerged because there was a demand for it. I'd argue that the demand was driven by a perception that IO can make a big enough difference that they're worth spending money on. In many ways, that's a flawed perception because it's a lot harder to run an effective IO than many people seem to think. But the perception is out there, and the IO for hire businesses have a vested interest in perpetuating it. In a way, they're trying to run an influence operation on everyone at once, including the people who are paying them. When it comes to this general public awareness of IO, we've also seen threat actors trying to weaponize it directly by claiming that they were running massive operations when none existed. Think of the Russian IRA in November 2018. And we've seen some clues that some operations tried to factor in the fact that they might be caught and taken down to turn that into an advantage as well, or to turn it into an opportunity, trying to weaponize the fear of influence operations. We think of this as perception hacking. And in general, it's a tactic that will tend to work best when everyone's heard of the idea of IO, but nobody's really yet learned to understand them, to weigh and balance them, measure them, compare them on their merits, discuss, well, was that really effective? Was that less effective? Perception hacking is like a parasite that lives in a very particular ecological niche. It lives in that intellectual gap where people have heard enough about IO to be scared of all of them, but haven't yet learned enough to be able to judge them on their merits. Perception hacking is a particular manifestation of the journey that our community and our societies have been on in the past 5 years. This journey from a broad lack of awareness of IO to a sharp awareness of the dangers. But all the trends I talked about are underpinned by that same development. As I said, there are big questions about what effect different operations really have. But for some people, the fear or the hope is that influence operations can change the course of elections and conflicts. There are a lot of challenges ahead of us: building our community, building the standards and the disciplines of our field, building stronger deterrence against for-hire operations and political disinformation. But as I think over the last 5 years, and I look ahead to the next 5, one overarching challenge that I see is to focus on building the next stage of the collective debate, not just around awareness, but ever more around understanding, to get more and more people to move from the generalized awareness that influence operations exist to a broad, knowledgeable understanding that even though they exist, that's not a reason to panic. There are ways to expose them, disrupt them, measure them, understand them. Our societies are actually much better defended against IO now than they were in 2016. And our collective job is to make sure we keep on making the defenses better. Remember, and it is worth remembering, many of the operations that have been taken down in the last year were caught early, before they built any audience. As just one example, the Russian IRA peace data operation that was exposed in last September only had 200 English language followers when it was taken down. Just because it's an IO doesn't necessarily mean it's an effective one. We have to be able to measure and view and assess every one of these operations on its own merits. Many of you who are listening have heard me say this many times before, but as a society, we have to find that balance between keeping watchful and keeping calm. Now, I've been talking about a 5-year horizon, the 5 years since we founded DFRLab. It's worth remembering that almost 550 years ago, William Caxton set up the first printing press in England. Printing was the information revolution of its day. It made it possible for information to circulate more freely than ever before, but it also allowed disinformation and propaganda to spread the same way. It was called a gift from heaven. It was called a work of the devil. But gradually, over many years, there came a shift from the excited awareness of printing might bring to a more familiar understanding of how it worked and what its limits were. So for me, one of the goals of our community over the next 5 years is to keep moving our societies towards that broader understanding. Yes, influence operations exist, but they're not all alike. A few build big followings and spread their stories widely, but many more are limited. Some never take off at all. There are ways to counter and deter them. There are ways to measure and understand them. There are ways to report them and communicate them. And there's a whole community, our community, which is getting better and better at doing just that. 360 OS is one of the main places where we build this community. So thank you to all of you for the last 5 years. And I'm looking forward to the next 5. And with that, I'll hand you back to the studio.
Good afternoon. I'm Zareen Karazian, Associate Editor with the DFRLab. I'm really excited for this next conversation. It's focused on the ethics of digital investigations and the idea that just because you can do something in research doesn't necessarily mean you should. Joining me are two researchers who don't just think about questions of ethics in the abstract, but engage with them directly in their work, helping develop some of the ethical frameworks that can be consistently applied in both academia and civil society organizations. Alexa Koenig is Executive Director of Berkeley Law's Human Rights Center, and Kate Starbird is Director of the Emerging Capacities Mass Participation Lab and a co-founder of the Center for an Informed Public at the University of Washington. Alexa, I wanted to just jump right into this discussion and start with you. 2 years ago at 360 Open Summit in 2019, you and Kate led a session focused on this same topic. It was titled Open Source, Can We, Should We? You talked about how this community of open source digital investigators formed over the past several years, and then how journalists and then lawyers started realizing the utility of this kind of research and helped even further advance the space. If you look back over the past 2 years, how do you think this community has evolved? Who are the newer voices and what sorts of questions and intentions are driving this research now?
Great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really thrilled to have this conversation with you and with Kate. It's been an amazing couple of years since we were last at OS 360. I think so much has changed, whether it's a growing awareness of some of the ethical challenges that every open source investigator or researcher faces, but also the beginning and emerging standards that we're seeing that I think are beginning to proliferate. A little bit about who I am and my background so that you understand a little bit about the perspective that I'm bringing to this. As was mentioned, I direct a research center on the UC Berkeley campus. It's a multidisciplinary center that brings together people from journalism, law, public health, different social science areas of practice, but also computer science. We have a team. I'm co-founder of the investigations lab there. Our team is about 60 to 70 graduate and undergraduate students and a professional team of approximately five people. We run a dozen investigations at any given time, and we're doing that always in partnership with end users. So those three different clusters of end users may be investigative reporters and other journalists. Most recently, we did a big story with the Associated Press on different events happening in Myanmar. We've also worked with Reuters, New York Times, Washington Post. A second group with whom we work are human rights organizations. So Amnesty International was our first partner. We've also done projects with Human Rights Watch, Physicians for Human Rights, but also smaller activist groups that are closer to sites of conflict. And the third group are legal investigators. So helping to advise the International Criminal Court, working with UN commissions of inquiry and fact-finding missions. Our team speaks about 30 different languages and represents about 24 different disciplines, which I think has been helpful to bring together people who have very different methodological strengths, but also very different skills and perspectives. I think one thing that we quickly realized in running these investigations when we launched 5 years ago was how quickly we needed some kind of guide to decision-making. We recognized that a lot of the methods that we were using were deeply invasive of people's privacy. And depending on the ways that we were trying to communicate our findings with the world could be deeply problematic. I think most of the people in this audience are very familiar with the term the mosaic effect, but just realizing how quickly even small bits of anonymized data that we put out in the world could be triangulated with other bits of information that live on the internet to identify individuals in ways that could be quite harmful. We also were really debating the use of crowdsourcing as a method of fact-finding and trying to grapple with when does it make sense to really harness the power of so many voices and perspectives that are existing online or present online, and when it may be dangerous to do so. Last December, we launched something called the Berkeley Protocol on Digital Open Source Investigations. This was a 3-year project that we worked on with the UN's Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. The idea was to begin to establish some kind of foundation for practice that would help to guide legal investigators, but also social science researchers and others to think through how this area of practice could evolve in ways that are very principle driven and that actually put ethics at the core of fact-finding and sharing those facts with a broader community. It was a very collaborative process. It was based on over 150 consultations with different kinds of people doing this work around the world, from intelligence communities to researchers to journalists, et cetera, and was also developed on the basis of a series of workshops that were designed to get into some of the stickier and thornier issues, including the ethical issues that we were grappling with on a daily basis. And so that I don't dominate too much, just to quickly talk a little bit about the ethical framework that we've begun to develop for our team, which I'm hoping may have some utility for others who are doing this work, is we began to really have a structured approach to thinking through at every decision-making point, what does the law suggest I should or should not be doing? And what is within my authority to do, given my identity and the purposes for which I'm doing this research? What does my professional code of ethics say about how I should be thinking about this problem or this challenge? So for those of us like myself who are lawyers, we certainly are bound by those codes of ethics, as are journalists, et cetera. And then when those two sets of guidelines have failed to really give clear guidance, what are the emerging understandings in the field of OSINT practice? And the way that we begin to cluster and work through a protocol on thinking about OSINT ethics is we have kind of created a 3-part set of questions for ourselves. One, what are the security implications of what I'm thinking about doing? And for that, we're thinking about the physical, digital, and psychosocial security risks of engaging in that practice. On that part, we're thinking of everyone from the investigator to the person depicted in the material to others who may be indirectly implicated. The second are the dignity or human rights considerations. Who am I crediting with this work? Who am I, how am I putting, what kind of light am I shining on them, who they are, et cetera? And then the third bucket is really about the accuracy and the quality of the work. I think as this is an emerging area of practice, it's really incumbent on all of us to ensure that we are engaging with the highest possible standards. I think 1 or 2 strong mishaps really does undermine a lot of what as a community we're attempting to build. So that gets to, of course, things like peer review. Can we have some form of peer review? Is the methodological transparency that we're hoping to engage with an appropriate level of transparency? As everyone knows, one person's transparency can be another person's doxing. And so we want to make sure that we're avoiding some of those challenges. And with that, I think I'll stay quiet and I'm happy to answer anything more.
Thank you so much, Alexa. Kate, I want to pass it off to you to talk a little bit about your background and how your research group approaches these issues.
Yeah, thanks, Irene. Just a little bit of background on me and the groups that I've been working with, my colleagues. So I'm at the University of Washington. My department is Human-Centered Design and Engineering. And I'm also a co-founder for the Center for an Informed Public there, where increasingly we're working with a very large team across many different kinds of questions, but really focused right now around mis and disinformation and both understanding it and doing some work on addressing it in different ways, which I'll talk a little bit about as I go here. My background is actually in crisis informatics, where my PhD looked at how people come together during crisis events to sort of make sense of what's going on, to help people find information they need, and even to organize response efforts. And so in some ways, the crisis mapping community that was emerging out around 2010, which I was studying and in some ways a part of, is kind of similar to the OSINT community and has some interaction. So in some ways, we've been running across some of these questions for a long time. More recently, we've shifted our work into looking specifically at mis and disinformation online, but also more broadly in thinking about how to address that. As part of that, our team at the University of Washington was working with Graphica, the DFRLab, and Stanford in the context of the 2020 US election on sort of this really interesting hybrid model in terms of where the researchers were coming from, work to do rapid response to disinformation related to the election. And I think that case study brings up a lot of different elements of some of this and some of the concerns that we had. So in that work, we were collaborating with journalists, with the platforms, with government agencies. We may look forward to doing something similar even with election officials to help them combat mis and disinformation that's targeting them. But it does bring up some of these hard questions about how we deal with what's public data, but when we're adding this intelligence to it, we are calling out individuals in ways that can be difficult, and where it entails all sorts of questions and concerns. So one of the ways that we've approached this is really from within academics. That's where we come from. I'm so used to filing like these IRBs, which are, you know, internal documents with the university that help us kind of get the legal and in theory ethical, but really the legal permission from the university to do things. It's not a perfect method, and I think there's a lot more, there are many more ethical concerns that aren't actually included in the IRBs, but there are some guidelines around protecting the participants of our research. And when we do public research, those participants are often people who are participating, sharing content online, who did not necessarily sign up for to be part of research studies. And so we do a lot of things about thinking about when we have a study that shows that certain public social media users are sharing mis or disinformation that could be harmful, when do we call out individuals and when do we not call out individuals? And how do we protect those who really should be protected in that? We all know in the disinformation world that a large percentage of the people spreading and even producing disinformation are unwitting. They don't understand that they're sincere believers in the content, and they don't really know what their role is within these disinformation campaigns. So we have these real tense conversations about, you know, which kinds of accounts should we expose? Like when we found this list of accounts that were repeatedly spreading and really amplifying content, a lot of them were verified accounts. Well, that's easy. Okay, we can say their names because they're verified accounts. But if it's not a verified account, and it's someone who's identifiable, what should we do? So we really kind of work through this still almost on a case-by-case basis. We have some heuristics, but the heuristics are always changing. We used to say, hey, if it's a large following account, we're gonna publish their name. But now people can have large following accounts, and they're still pretty private and anonymous. And so some real tensions there. So we have these real commitments to protecting the subjects of our research. And I think, like Alexa said, I think there's other parts too, right? So there's one is protecting the participants. One is protecting our research teams. We have undergraduates, we have graduate students, we have professors and postdocs and folks that signed up to be very public individuals and folks that didn't. And so when we're doing this research, especially when it does receive, when it's working, when it's actually addressing problems in this world, it's going to receive a lot of attention, and including negative attention. So how do we protect the researchers? How do we protect them psychologically? Some of the content can be really disorienting and really harmful psychologically. And as a researcher, I feel like at times I've been harmed by the content that I've been looking at. And so like, how do we protect ourselves and our research teams? And then this third piece, and Alexa brought up as well, is protecting the quality. It's not that if one bad study comes out, we're all, the whole enterprise is going to be an enterprise, but the whole community is going to be questioned. But if several, if we get it wrong as an OSN community, if we get it wrong, several times, it really does undermine the trust in the kinds of work that we're doing. And in academia, we really don't have the ability to get it wrong. And as we're moving to this rapid response model where we're moving faster than peer review in some cases and trying to put things out, we're feeling this real tension of like, how do we ensure quality? What is that going to mean? What is that going to mean? Triangulating from separate teams, or what is that going to mean, in order to protect the quality of that research, especially if you're putting an academic university or an academic group or center behind that work. So these are tensions that we're really trying to work through and figure out. In our group, we're still working on it piece by piece. I think we do need to move to more of the kinds of frameworks that Alexa's talking about. And we've got some plans to do that. We're bringing on folks and really dedicating some resources to that, because I think it's a really important part of figuring out how to do this well as we go.
Thank you, Kate. One of the things that seems to be emerging from what both of you just said is the number of different stakeholders that are that should really be invested in these questions of ethics around digital investigations. I mean, you have activists, you have researchers themselves, you have platforms, you have the human rights community and the legal field. And Alexa, I wanted to ask you, as part of about the process of consensus building in developing these ethical standards across really an interdisciplinary field, and how you approach that, for example, with the development of the Berkeley Human Rights Protocol.
Yeah, thank you. It's I think it's really tricky. One of the things that Kate mentioned, of course, was the institutional review board processes that we have at academic institutions for when we're going to conduct social science research or any kind of research. And there are those safeguards in place. But one of the things that we really grappled with is, because our work is so multidisciplinary and often for journalistic purposes, for legal investigation purposes, those fall outside the parameters of IRB. And so IRB, in addition to having its own shortcomings in terms of dealing with digital content substantively, I think just procedurally and in terms of its scope didn't address the full range of scenarios in which we found ourselves. So we really did a very broad review starting in 2016 of looking at what does legal ethics codes provide in terms of guidance to decision making, as well as these social science codes and principles, and then also journalism related codes and principles, because journalists, certainly like the intelligence community, had been grappling with these issues in some ways longer than myself in social science or in legal practice. One thing we're really seeing now is, how do we begin to tease out those commonalities? And I think it really does require a lot of in-depth conversations across areas of practice. So a couple of just early issues that we grappled with in developing the Berkeley Protocol was first just definitional. We found that people were using terms and in very radically different ways. So you may use the same term but mean very different things. For example, OSINT itself being, of course, open source intelligence. I think it has become kind of a catch-all for any area of practice that deals with online open source information. But we wanted to create kind of a lexicon of terminology to begin to standardize some of our understandings. For those of us who are lawyers, there's often the term open source evidence. I think lawyers think about evidence in a very different way than other kinds of researchers. And so helping to translate across those communities of practice where investigators who are not lawyers wanted their work to have weight for court, how do we begin to bridge that divide in helping to understand what is needed and what terminology will help to translate this information to lawyers so it has maximum weight in court? Ultimately, too, I think thinking through how we train different constituencies and how you adapt those trainings. At this point, we've trained groups from everywhere, from Interpol to the International Criminal Court to US congressional staffers to on the ground, based in communities, human rights advocacy and activist groups. And they have very different needs, very different ethical concerns. I think Kate raised such an important point that, while we're creating these generalized standards in something like the Berkeley Protocol, that can only ever be a foundation or a floor, because it's trying to basically establish a common area from which we can all grow and emerge. And then it's incumbent on all of us to create our own standard operating procedures on top of that really is responsive to the individual situations and work that we're trying to do. Working with our investigation teams, I think that was the biggest surprise for me, was the risks to the investigators themselves, and particularly with students. For many of them, it's not just about thinking about the ethical issues and the challenges you may have for yourself right now in this moment, but also thinking temporally and geographically across time and space. I may be doing this now as a 21-year-old on the Berkeley campus, but what happens when 8 years from now, I want to return to my home country or visit relatives in the country under which I was doing an investigation? Am I going to be able to do that safely? Am I jeopardizing them now or in the future? And those are really difficult calls to make. So I think a lot of what we're trying to focus on now is setting some basic protocols and questions and structures to how to think about these challenges so that people aren't having to reinvent that wheel over and over again.
Thanks, Lexa. And I have a follow-up question. What specifically, what do you think is do you think there's utility in grounding this in within the framework of international human rights?
To some extent, yes, and to some extent, no. So I do think, again, our areas of practice can be quite different from each other. So broad standardization may not always be the most appropriate way forward. That said, because digital information isn't really bound by geographic borders, I do think we need to take a more holistic and international view of the challenges that can emerge and make sure that we're not too localized in terms of thinking through the risks and harms. Because of course, what we're doing here in the United States can have really broad-ranging implications for other people. And I think it's very easy for US-based researchers, as an example, to really undercount some of the harms they create for other people, given the relative security we may have, particularly when investigating international crimes. You know, I think looking at traditional journalists and other fact finders, it used to be that, you know, they'd go boots on the ground in a war zone, and the person who was usually most at risk was not them. It was usually going to be their fixer or their translator. And I think we have to think about that very similarly in this digital space, but realize the scope and scale of potential harm is actually much greater. In terms of international human rights, the one reason why we make dignity such a big part of this almost triangle of considerations that we have is because human rights is sort of a common language and understanding across global territories and also areas of practice. So I think if we think about freedom of expression, most countries will have some kind of analog to that within their frameworks. Also at the principle of access to information. Those are really critical principles upheld by human rights, but so too is privacy. And I think that's where it gets really interesting in this community when you've got this deep dedication to access to information and transparency of practice butting up against the severe privacy considerations. One challenge, I think, for legal practice is, while I think a lot of people are hoping that the work that they're doing will have impact, one mechanism to impact is, of course, legal accountability. At the International Criminal Court, there's a very low standard threshold admissibility of getting information into court to impact cases and how they progress. But the one limitation is violations of human rights in accessing that information. And an open question right now is the invasion of privacy in people's digital spaces going to be conceived by courts, and particularly international courts, as a violation of human rights, such that this information shouldn't be admitted? And I think this is, from a legal perspective, going to be a really interesting area to watch going forward.
Thanks, Alexa. Kate, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about this tension between transparency and privacy from an academic standpoint. Like, there is very much this ethos of showing your work when you do when doing digital investigations of digital trace data or user-generated content. But as you mentioned, there's also a very, very real concern about user privacy. So how do you approach that tension, and how do you approach, just like when people talk about, I guess, open source investigation or OSINT, it's imbued with like this it's almost like conducting surveillance in a sense. I mean, you're looking at people's digital lives, and while it's public information, they might not necessarily be thinking that, you know, their public posts are going to end up in a research report.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a question that we've been thinking about since we started doing research on Twitter data and Facebook data. As a PhD student, I started at the University of Colorado with my advisor, Laisha Palin there, and many colleagues. And we've been working through this from the very beginning. Now, we're not working through it from an OSINT point of view. We were working through it from within academia, from within you know, studies that initially were all like peer-reviewed, systematic research. We were going through things, and we very early ran into a problem where the social media platforms actually were saying we had to cite the people we were borrowing content from, so we couldn't extract their name from it. And then our research protocols were saying we had to protect their privacy and anonymize them. And so we felt this tension from the very beginning, and began very quickly to realize we had to evolve our own frameworks that were possibly in front of our institutional review board because they didn't understand it yet, and outside the terms of service because they also didn't understand it yet. And so we were kind of creating these hybrid models of, early on, it's like before we had verified counts in some of the places we were looking, we were saying, if this is a public figure, then we can put their name on it. If it's a journalist, then we can put their name on it. If it's a person who had an expectation of privacy, unless it's content that's not ever going to make them look bad, and we weren't sure we could make that decision because things change over time, the context of things change, and so we're really afraid of like putting tweets in a paper that would show up later. And over time, that's continued to evolve actually towards more anonymization and even less willingness to call folks out unless they're journalists or verified accounts or public figures. And so we're still making those determinations on who's a public figure, sometimes on a per account basis, based on different kinds of signals. Like, do we consider Ali Alexander, who was leading the Stop the Steal movement, as a person who's of public interest that we should be putting their name in a paper rather than anonymizing their content? Well, I mean, that's it's got legal implications, it's got implications for that person. They're certainly not hiding their content, right? So we have really kind of hard choices to make on these kinds of things. But I think it's still evolving, although I feel like it's getting a little bit more settled. You hit enough edge cases and you work your ways around them. But our academic community has changed. It's point of view. So these things aren't static. There's no set of rules I can go online and say, those are the rules I'm going to follow, and I'll be okay with my institutional review board or the conferences that I hope to publish my papers in. Because it's still changing. And I think the rules of academia are going to be different than the rules of OSN that are happening more broadly. And I think that's a good thing. And perhaps, it just turns out that my group is going to obey a different set of rules than others are going to participate in. And there should be an overriding ethical framework over all of that, where we're doing the right thing, but maybe there's differences between our different communities of practice that we have as well.
May I actually say something on that to the transparency question as well? Is there just in a quick minute? Probably the biggest area of dissent that we had when we were doing the workshops that led to the Berkeley Protocol was around the issue of transparency. So I think the journalistic perspective was very much the more transparency, the better, because that will actually give clarity around the methods we're using. People can really judge for themselves the quality of the work. And so I think the quality prong of that triangle that I was mentioning really was being prioritized. Lawyers were horrified, and I don't think I'm too much overstating that, at the idea of showing that much transparency. And the reason is that they were very concerned about revealing who witnesses were or sources of information. They were worried about revealing the contours of an investigation and ultimately undermining that investigation, not only because of the potential physical and digital risks to people, but also to the integrity of the investigation itself. And I think that's a really interesting tension to explore now, as you see people who I think are more on the citizen journalism side, gathering a lot of data and hoping to feed it to lawyers as part of legal practice. I think there's a very open and honest conversation that needs to be had about, okay, great. It's wonderful to have more bodies helping to identify people, et cetera, but what are the helpful ways to do that? And what are the potentially harmful ways to do that? Looking at a very broad conception of harm. And I think this is where we do all have to ultimately kind of grow and learn together. For our center, where I think we've ultimately landed is that we're not going to publicly name people when we've conducted an investigation and determined their identity. We have the luxury that we're working for other partners. So we will share that information with the partners to make the determination based on whether they're reporters or lawyers or some other demographic as to whether they want to release those names or not. But that's where I think a lot of the harm ultimately may boil down to. What we're trying to do, though, is increase the communication so that journalists understand the risks to legal process when they do reveal these names and the sources of information, and for lawyers to better understand how what journalists are doing can actually build the political will to strengthen their ability to actually have justice in courts. But it's a fascinating area of tension in my perspective.
That
Can I
makes
ask you a
me
question
think.
following up? Sorry, Zareen. Can I ask a question
Sure,
following
no,
up?
go ahead.
If, as a researcher, this is such an honest question. I'm just trying to see if you have some direction here. If I'm a researcher and I'm working with a journalist, and the journalist says, "Hey, I'm looking to figure out the identity of so and so because they're key in this investigation I'm doing," and I can do it from my data, but I would never publish that person because we've said we're not going to out it even to the journalist because they're using our data and our methods. Are you saying that there's perhaps a different perspective on that where we've offered to give the data to the journalists so the journalists can figure it out themselves, but we're very reluctant to point fingers or to help them identify folks from our data. But I'm wondering if maybe there's a different set of guidelines there that you're following.
Well, I think if we look at the ethics codes for journalists, those are actually really helpful when it comes to open source information. And there's a really great set of guidelines that really is based on 4 different prongs. One of them, of course, is minimization of harms. But I think that because we're all fairly new to digital spaces, even if it's been the last 20 years, we're all learning what the full scale of that harm may be. And so one of the things that we would often do is help the journalists that we're working with understand at least the situation in which they're working and what the revelation of these identities might mean for bigger objectives. Because we're a human rights organization, we're very survivor victim centric, asking ourselves, what are the people who are most impacted by what just happened, maybe wanting out of this situation? And they may not realize that in talking to a reporter, for example, they're ultimately invalidating themselves as a potential witness on the stand. So if their first objective is to show up in court and get legal justice for what their loved ones have suffered, we want the journalists to know that and be able to communicate that to the people with whom they're speaking and to have that in the back of their mind. So as they're going through their own professional code of ethics and their obligations, they have a broader set of tools for decision-making on their own.
Yeah, I do find a lot of it is an educating the journalists on what the data can provide and how to put it into context. And yeah, we're just starting to cross some of these bridges. So I'm just so curious and going to send some of our folks back to some of your materials. So thanks for reminding me that they're there, as we weren't doing this work yet 2 years ago working with journalists. So.
Well, and I think the pedagogical piece can't be underestimated. I think we're all trying to help each other understand how this information and these information flows are impacting our work, and how, because we're all now kind of dealing with the same raw materials, we're all engaging in a way we never have before. And I think you brought up that really important point about how the companies are learning this, the governments are learning this, and we're all finding our role in this. I think the question for me is, how do we maximize the efficiency, the efficacy, and the ethics of how we all play in the same sandbox together?
Yeah.
This conversation made me think of what happened in the aftermath of the Capitol insurrection in the US. And you had this situation where like people were literally live streaming themselves attacking the Capitol as it was happening. And this tremendous amount of user-generated content was produced. And it created opportunities for like law enforcement and citizen journalists and pretty much everyone to be involved in the process of identifying the people who were involved. And what we saw is on social media, for example, was this crowdsourcing of the investigative process. And I'm wondering if you could both talk about some of the ethical considerations that came up throughout that. It's not the first time that something like that has happened. Like you mentioned, the Boston Marathon bombing, but I'm curious about both of your thoughts on that.
For me, the first thing that comes up when you say that is just my memory of the Boston Marathon bombings. It was one of the first crisis events that we studied, that we shifted to studying the misinformation elements. And there were a couple of different parallel OSINT efforts that one ended up pointing the fingers at the wrong suspect and somebody who wasn't guilty of what had happened, to quite quite detrimental for the family of that person. He had already taken his life, but his family was quite affected by having him be falsely accused of doing the bombings. And the other effort was a conspiracy theory one that was sending folks out to prove that it had been done, that it had been an inside job or a crisis actors or a hoax event or a false flag event or whatever it was. And so having studied that, we can see how these kinds of digital sleuthing exercises can go awry, right? They're not always going to lead to the best places. And so that's always something I keep in mind whenever I see the next article, it says digital sleuths find XYZ. And I'm always like, wait, okay. But we have seen, you know, some interesting things. And with January 6th, certainly that's an interesting use of all of these digital records. As a researcher in an academic environment, we weren't going to be involved with that kind of identifying of individuals, just because, well, we just don't have the legal backing and the permission to do that kind of work, and I'm not sure that's the right space for our research team. But certainly it's an interesting set of questions, because the same techniques that can use to find those folks in that protest / insurrection, right, can be used to find folks in other kinds of protests that may be aligned with things that we care about. So like it does, you know, these tools can be used, the same tools can be used for things that we agree with and things that we don't, and certainly for identifying folks. It's a power of the content and the ability to gather people around it. There's a lot of power there, and there's a lot of things that we might be worried about there as well. And one other thing I have there is, like, with online networks, we know that online networks are really powerful, and they could do amazing things, but they're also vulnerable to infiltration in ways that historical organizations that are top down and more encapsulated aren't. And so I'm a little bit worried about those kinds of networked activities being targets for folks who might want to shape their results towards goals that the original folks involved aren't sharing.
And I would probably say in response, and I you know, everything that Kate just said, I find so incredibly important to think through, because we rely on a protocol for kind of thinking through the ethics piece of this, looking at the accuracy prong. I think, just as Kate mentioned, the Boston bombing was such a lesson learned for people who are trying to identify alleged perpetrators using a collective kind of intelligence or scoping of that. And because it was so glaringly problematic in that case, I think we aren't always aware of when it's glaringly problematic in cases that we're deeply passionate about, where actually I think we become most blind to our ability to actually identify people. I think the social science research says that we have very high confidence levels in our ability to do visual comparison of imagery. And we actually find that the accuracy does not correlate directly with that confidence. And I think those biases related issues are ones that I think we need a lot more investigation of in the online open source community, because the second you get the crowd getting it wrong, I think you have created just this hydra of problems. The second is on the dignity part. I mean, I think there was a lot of showing of people's deaths, of some of the more graphic moments of that particular insurrection. Certainly, I think asking the question, we can show someone's death in multiple panes and all the videos and aggregate them and replay them on Twitter or some other social media site, so that people can see the power of OSINT to bring all these items together, line them up in time, and kind of play an incident from different angles. But should we? And I think the dignity of that person, even if they're doing something we don't agree with, I think as a lawyer who cares deeply about due process, you know, just because we don't like what they do, who are we to judge that? You know, no one ever thinks they're the bad guy in a situation. They always think they're the good guy in a situation. And I think that's a dangerous calculus sometimes to get into. The people who did die or who were deeply harmed do have family members who will be seeing this. And these are, from a human rights perspective, people who still are due some dignity. The third is the security consideration. And I think this is where the psychological part also becomes really important. So thinking not just the physical and digital security, but also the psychological piece. With online open source information, we're dealing with a lot of user-generated content. It's very different than the kinds of content we used to get by professional media, who really did have a code of ethics to preserve the dignity of people, and to also in some ways communicate information while also safeguarding their audiences. And I think what we see with online user-generated content is you have people putting up the most graphic stuff because they're trying to bring important attention to things that they and their loved ones have suffered. So that means that we are potentially exposing quite a broad public when we autoplay these videos over and over on Twitter and Facebook in ways and creating some harms and distresses that we may not be intending, but that ultimately as a community of practice we need to think about. Finally, I think in identification of perpetrators, I think it's really incumbent on each investigator and investigative team to go, what impact am I trying to have by publishing the perpetrator's identity? Where can I have the maximum impact? If your intent is really to get that person behind bars and to get legal justice for what they've just done, then sending it directly to law enforcement may be much more effective than putting it up on Twitter and really putting on display for a broad array of the public to see. And I think we need to have some candid conversations about when we do that and when we don't, and who can do that and who shouldn't.
That makes sense, Alexa. And also there's just one thing you highlighted is that that tension between what researchers define as sort of what is in the public interest and then respecting and protecting individual dignity. And especially one thing that comes to mind is documentation of war crimes on social media in conflict situations. I think people who engage in this research can sometimes become a bit, they can certainly become traumatized, but they can also become a little bit desensitized to, as a coping mechanism, to graphic imagery. And it is definitely worth thinking about who we are, or who researchers might re-traumatize in the process of sharing this content. Kate, I want to ask you, so it really seems that in terms of research on disinformation and really all kinds of different problematic information on social media, we're at this inflection point in research methods because platforms, the scope of what platforms are willing to take down has widened. And increasingly, platforms, I think, are getting to a lot of the content before researchers can. And a lot of what we've seen with deplatforming of various domestic conspiracy movements in the US is that they are moving to private groups, encrypted communications. As an academic, you talked a little bit about how you're constrained by the kinds of questions that, the kinds of methods that you can use and the questions you can ask. So how are you approaching that shift in your research?
That's $1 million question right now. We are just staring it in the face right now this summer, trying to think about a new IRB protocol, which allows us to kind of get at some of the long tail platforms and think through which ones we want to include and how do we want to try to do research that involves being inside private groups. What does that mean? It's a very different IRB than we've had before. Would mean a very serious rethinking of the practices and how we manage the data and all of that. Certainly you're asking the right questions, because as we're seeing the platforms take actions that they've been asked to take for a long time, we've seen them take action. It does mean that a lot of the activity is going elsewhere. It's always been elsewhere as well, but there seems to be more coming together in some of these more alternative platforms in US-based content. I think in other places they've always had, WhatsApp and some of these other platforms have always been primary vectors that have been mostly invisible to researchers. So we really are thinking about different kinds of methods to better understand where, better understand mis and disinformation and other problematic information. And to be honest, it's not just about different methods, it's about figuring out what are the ethical practices around that. Even before we figure out the technical aspects, we have to figure out the ethical aspects.
And I would add to that the legal aspects as well. I think one thing that many of the investigators that we train don't always realize is that if you infiltrate a closed group, for example, using a false identity, and you're observing and gathering data from that group, if that group is ultimately in some way indicted for criminal activity, you could be a conspirator to that criminal activity. And so I think really, I think for us, we've really grappled with a very similar question of when should we be using false identities and not, and what should we be using them for? And should we be infiltrating closed groups? And what is the scope of permissibility within that group to minimize harms to ourselves and to others? I think this is an area where there's a lot more that needs to be discussed and learned. I certainly, Kate, would love to learn from the IRB protocol you guys are building. I think we need to be sharing more of these tools back and forth between research teams to help to kind of build a common understanding of what's legally, technically, and ethically possible.
What do you think is the best? One of the hardest things I think in establishing like standards is figuring out the right forum that has the credibility to do so. So like, given that a lot of what we have discussed, like how researchers approach ethics around digital investigations seems to be rooted in your positionality, right? Like whether you're in academia or civil society, in like in the private sector, and also like your like whether you're an outsider or conduct or really or looking into communities from the outside in or from the inside. So what do you think are like what is the proper forum to have these conversations and really create this community for standards sharing? And I think this will be our last question before we wrap up.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think this is an area where academics can hopefully be helpful by leveraging their multidisciplinarity to bring people together from very different areas of practice to understand the pragmatic pieces of this, the theoretical pieces, and also what's known in terms of how we minimize harms from an ethical perspective.
Yeah, I don't have much more to add, except that I think there's definitely a place in academia to have this conversation and a convening. There may be multiple conversations that need to be had based on, people are working in different areas. There may, they may need to adapt these, but perhaps there is, kind of a holistic need among many of us that that are working on different kinds of informational questions on setting up a baseline framework. And it does seem like Alexa and her colleagues have done a great job of like setting, getting that started, but it'd be interesting to think about having a venue or sort of a workshop kind of venue and then branching out and including more and more different folks as that spreads. But it would be, yeah, I think it'd be nice to have some kind of workshop or small conference to bring folks together to work on these things together.
100% agree.
All right, well, on that note, thank you, Kate and Alexa, so much for joining today and sharing your perspectives on this. It's a really, really important conversation to have and to center. And I am now going to turn to my colleague, Rose Jackson, who will moderate a conversation with Representative Tom Malinowski. Rose, over to you. Representative Tom Malinowski.
Probably not. She should totally come in.
To our virtual stage. Mr. Malinowski has dedicated his career to the fight for human rights. He served as a speechwriter and foreign policy staffer to Secretaries of State Warren Christopher and Madeleine Albright, as well as for President Bill Clinton. He led Human Rights Watch's advocacy work for a decade, fighting to end the Bush administration's use of torture and working to uplift the stories of activists around the world. During the Obama administration, the congressman served as the Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, and in that capacity, as my boss. Now in Congress, Mr. Malinowski has taken an active role in seeking to shape the conversation around tech governance. Congressman, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Rose. As I recall, you were my boss, but we can have that debate elsewhere.
I tried. I don't know that I was as good at that. And now you are in Congress.
Yes, it does seem like I am. I've got this pin to prove it.
That's how everyone knows. Well, I want to dive right in because I know we don't have a ton of time for this conversation. And I'm really grateful to you for giving your time to the stage. I think it's appropriate because you've been so steeped in the human rights community and the global conversation around these issues. And I'm curious, just to kick us off, how have you seen technology change that work over time? I'm thinking of, the stories I used to hear about during the time, for instance, of the Khmer Rouge, where people said, you can't believe the stories of those pesky refugees. What's happening in Cambodia, what you're being told is wrong. And today, certainly with millions of cell phones trained on every event, that looks a little bit different. I'm curious for you, what does that mean for the practice of defending human rights and changing policies globally?
As your question suggests, it means that we know a lot more than we did before. There is a vast quantity of information coming out of even those societies where governments try to control the dissemination of information. It's harder to hide things, and that's a good thing. And for many years, I think, assumed that the proliferation of simple technology in the hands of ordinary people to record events would be an unmitigated good for human rights and the advancement of democracy. I think we've also now in more recent years learned that it's more complicated than that more information does not necessarily mean more agreement around the truth. And so I don't know if we're better off or worse off, but it's certainly a very different world than when I started.
Certainly. I'm thinking to your time then at the State Department, which was in some ways the early days of public officials using Twitter. So it was a little bit of the Wild West. And I wanted to chat a little bit about what that was like coming in as a senior official with both the official capacity of public statements and speeches and diplomatic talk, and simultaneously having a Twitter account where someone could ping you a DM in the middle of the day. What did that do to change how you approach diplomacy itself?
It gave me and us a way to communicate that was much more direct, much more immediate, a little less bureaucratic because it didn't have to get run through 93 different layers of the State Department. And it gave people around the world a chance to communicate directly with me and with other senior officials in the State Department. We had problems brought to our attention by activists and in closed societies by DM, as you recall. So yeah, we were learning to use the technology, and we tried to use it responsibly, and it definitely made life different for me even then than it would have been for a diplomat even 10 years before.
Certainly. I don't know if there are any examples that you want to talk through. I'm thinking about a time in Ethiopia where the Secretary of State was getting ready to head to Ethiopia at a time that there was certainly closing civic space for journalists and opposition. Are there any particular examples like that or others that come to mind as being kind of a moment in history that felt a little different?
Yeah, well, we were DM'd by actually an activist in Ethiopia about a journalist who'd been imprisoned just as Secretary Kerry was on his way there, and it worked. That resulted in the Secretary of State raising the case of this imprisoned journalist, and ultimately, not right away, unfortunately, but ultimately the journalist being released from prison. So again, it was a very immediate way to communicate, whereas in the past, that person would have had to try to get a meeting at the U.S. Embassy that might have endangered them to be seen doing that. In any case, much more time consuming, much more cumbersome. And here they could just direct message an Assistant Secretary of State in Washington.
Absolutely. So to turn a little bit towards the present day, you've joined Congress and jumped right into debates on tech governance, including through a bill that you recently introduced. How do you think your time working within the human rights community globally and focused on these questions internationally has informed your approach to the conversation here in the United States?
Well, I got to tell you, my approach has evolved quite a bit. My attitudes have become a bit more complicated. I think when I was starting out as a human rights activist, and then when we worked together at the State Department, again, I was focused overwhelmingly on trying to get more tech into more hands around the world, defending the idea of internet freedom, which I still believe in greatly, freedom of speech online, and as little government regulation of the online world as possible, because we were pushing back against the Chinese government and the Russian government and authoritarian regimes around the world who wanted to censor and control the internet. I think we've seen in our experience in our own country in the last few years that this is actually a much more complicated question. I'm no less of a champion of freedom of speech online than I was, but I'm very, very deeply disturbed by what social media has done to our democracies around the world, and how it has really become much more of a tool for extremists within our society and authoritarian regimes, in a way, a more effective tool for them than it is for anybody else, because of how American companies have designed these social networks, designed with algorithms that amplify the most extreme information, that are built around the goal of keeping users glued to their screens for as long as possible, and learning over time that what keeps us addicted to our screens is not complicated, nuanced, truthful information, but whatever reinforces our pre-existing biases and hatreds and fears. Without that, I'm not sure if you have the Rohingya genocide in Burma. Without that, I'm pretty sure you would not have had the January 6th assault on the United States Capitol, and all of the propaganda and misinformation that we're still struggling against in the United States. What we're trying to do is, without messing with the First Amendment, we're trying to remove some of the total protection from liability that big tech companies have, social media companies have, when they write algorithms, software that amplifies, recommends content that leads to a real world harm, like an act of terrorism or a violent hate crime, because we want to incentivize these companies to design their networks more responsibly.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you raised the example of genocide in Myanmar and other conflicts elsewhere, because when we were at the State Department, so much of a focus on what we sometimes called repressive tech was about the intentional use of technology on the part of a government to suppress a population. And we're now talking about trying to ferret out the impact of algorithms or other aspects of technology on societies, whether used by governments or other bad actors. How did you decide to focus on the liability question in the United States? And when you were focusing on that, were you thinking about what that might mean for communities in other countries, or looking at it from specifically an American context?
Well, I'm always thinking about the impact around the world. Everything we do sets a precedent. And it's why I would be very, even if the First Amendment allowed it, I would be very, very loath to see Congress try to regulate speech on Facebook, speech on YouTube. It's not for us to say to these companies what they can and cannot allow. It is entirely up to them. But the liability protection that we have in our laws under the now famous or infamous Section 230 of the Communications and Decency Act is a purely American construct. And it's not required by the First Amendment. It's not required by human rights law that we have one industry in America that is completely protected from liability for what its users post on their websites. New York Times doesn't have that protection. Fox News doesn't have that protection. Facebook does. So I think putting social media on a slightly more even playing field, I don't think that sets a precedent that that the Chinese or the Russians or the Venezuelans can use. The problem in those countries is not that that the companies lack protection from liability, it's that they face censorship and outright persecution. So that's one reason we chose the approach. Again, it allows us to solve a uniquely American problem through a change in a very recent American law without setting a precedent that authoritarian governments can use to shut down free speech on the internet.
As you talk about that process, I'm reminded of another policy issue that was inherently both domestic and international that we worked on a bit during the State Department, but you've carried forward engagement on in your time in Congress, and that's anti-corruption. And I'm wondering if you think there are lessons to be taken from the very long process of building bridges between different communities that each had a shared reason to be concerned with the growth of kleptocrats' ability to hide their ill-gotten gains in the United States and the UK and other countries, and finally getting to the point where legislation was passed last year. What do you have as advice for a community of people that want to find a way for a common approach where the United States, for instance, has the ability to make changes that will have significant impact for billions of people around the world?
I think just very simply that to be effective in Washington and changing policy, getting legislation passed, it's always best to work in coalition with others. The bill that you're referring to was the Corporate Transparency Act. It was something. It's a law that requires disclosure of the real owners, the true owners of every company that's registered in the United States. Because in the past, you could basically set up an anonymously owned company, and who was doing that? It was kleptocrats, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, criminals, tax evaders. And if you think about that list I just gave you, that's a lot of different issues. If you're concerned about loss of tax revenue to the US Treasury, if you're concerned about fighting drugs and crime around the world, trafficking in weapons, trafficking in people, if you're concerned about human rights abuses, and the attacks on democracy by authoritarian leaders around the world. All of those issues have this one thing in common. Those problems have this one thing in common, and that is that the bad guys in each column, in each category, are making a lot of money illicitly and using shell companies to hide it. And so that all those communities came together and built a coalition of Democrats and Republicans who had very different reasons for voting for that bill, but together they constituted a majority.
Absolutely. I think, it's interesting to think right now we've had for the last 4 days, 50-something panels with 114 people from around the world, some of whom are antitrust experts and others focused on privacy issues and others on content and online harms, on and on and on and on. And it often feels very similar to the experience of the beneficial ownership conversation and the corruption conversation for the reason that you say. I'm curious, as you're approaching a lot of these issues in the US Congress, are you finding that there is a coalition growing and a greater appetite for approaching the question about how we govern technology in the world from this more systemic approach? And if not, what do you think is the most exciting thing that's happening in moving forward a more positive approach to, I guess we could say, democratic tech?
Yeah. Well, obviously, the most exciting thing is my bill, Rose. That's an easy question.
That was a softball.
I don't know if we've coalesced quite yet. I think most people on the Hill, when they think about what's wrong with big tech, they're still just thinking about content questions. And this gets partisan, right? So some of my Republican colleagues are all up in arms because they think big tech is censoring conservatives, and how could Facebook and Twitter kick off Donald Trump. And so they're, on a tear that we gotta stop censorship. And of course that then leads to censorship. It leads to government telling private companies what they can and can't allow on their platforms. And then a bunch of us are trying to shift the conversation a bit away from content, which is really not up to the United States government. And I think in a way beside the point, because there's always going to be bad stuff posted on the internet. Like you can't stop people from saying bad things. We want to try to shift the focus more towards the company, the way in which these companies design their networks, the algorithms, the systems that determine what information about the world each and every person on this planet sees. That's a hugely important thing. But it's harder to see, it's harder to understand because it's much more technical. It requires opening up the hood of the car and understanding the engine that makes it run. But we've made some progress in shifting the conversation to that subject and getting people to start thinking about solutions. And here, then, there are a lot of different problems in society that people care about that are related to this. There's violent extremism in the United States and the riot on January 6th. There's the growing polarization in our politics that so many of my constituents are concerned about. Why can't we talk to each other anymore? Why are families being split apart? Because they can't have a political conversation or even agree on what's real anymore. We see these issues around the world. I mentioned the Rohingya genocide. The rise of extremist movements in every part of the world, the strain that every democracy is feeling. There's not one explanation for these problems, but the evolution of big tech and the fact that most people in the world now get their news through social media is a big part of the explanation for a lot of these disparate problems. And so we've tried to offer a solution that brings people with these disparate concerns together. And so I'm excited about that and that we've offered something concrete, not just rhetorical.
Absolutely. So you mentioned the topic of democracy. So I wonder if we can turn towards what I've found to be an interesting shift in the last few years, where perhaps in the past there was kind of a conversation about global democracy, and then there were domestic politics in the United States. And I think in some ways, the events of January 6th and the preceding 4 years forced a lot of Americans to have to think about what made a democracy in the United States durable and functional. And the kind of impact of that is that now the foreign policy conversation seems to include a little bit more of a connective tissue, where anything that we talk about, whether that is the impact of tech globally, has to tie back to what's happening here in the United States. So I'm curious, as the Biden administration announced during the campaign, actually, that there was an intention to hold a summit for democracy in the early years of his tenure. What you think can be accomplished with that, and what value you think there is to rallying the world around the concept of democracy and updating the understanding of what democracy looks like in a digital age.
So Biden's been very clear that he sees a contest between democracy and authoritarianism as being the defining issue in the world right now. And so that's a pretty bold statement and a big challenge for his team to meet, to devise policies that are consistent with it. And I think this democracy summit is based in a recognition that if the United States is going to do its part to win this contest, we've got to be aligned with others around the world who share our values, that one country alone, even as powerful as America, can't do this by ourselves. So they're going to have a democracy summit or several summits. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work. The question in my mind is whether this is going to be just a typical meeting at or around the UN that leaders go to and give speeches at, in which case I'm going to probably tune out in about 5 minutes? Or is it going to be an action forcing event where governments are told you can come and you can join if you make real commitments to actually tackle these issues that we've been talking about? Corruption is one of them. Like, if we're going to have an alliance of democracies countering authoritarianism, we've got to make sure that there is no safe harbor in any of our countries for the proceeds of kleptocracy, and that we have strong anti-corruption and transparency rules ourselves, because we need to set a good example. On tech issues, we want to be different from China and Russia in every possible way. And that means absolutely respecting freedom of speech online and offline, but also means healthy regulation to make sure that these virtual spaces where we're having most of our political debates aren't designed to amplify falsehood and extremism in the way that they are right now. And finally, another tech issue we haven't talked about that'd be very appropriate for discussing in a coalition of democracies is making sure that our companies and our governments are not complicit in the export of technology to dictatorships that is then used to conduct mass surveillance and persecution. And this is a mostly unregulated space right now. And it needs to be much better regulated in the United States and by our allies. And that's something I'm working on right now with the Biden administration.
That's excellent to hear. You feel free to say no, but I'm curious if you want to preview a little of what your hopes are for making progress on the question of surveillance tech. It is certainly a tricky one, and one that I remember when we were at the State Department was something of really significant concern, seeing the impact it had on activists in some of the most vulnerable situations. Do we have some exciting things to look forward towards, or is this really trying to set the agenda for how we approach the work?
I hope so. One of the things we need, and I have approached the administration with great specificity on this, we need to have real export controls on specific items. And item is I think, a legal term of art here, that could be dual use, that can be used some cases for perfectly legitimate purposes, but in the hands of a dictatorship like China, are potentially going to be used to conduct mass surveillance. And that could be servers, it could be facial recognition technology, it could be spyware. These things are often, in many cases, produced by companies in the United States, staffed by former employees of our intelligence community who bring their expertise to the private sector. And this stuff should not be out there sold to the highest bidder on the free market without some control. So we've submitted to the administration a list of items that we think should be subject to greater controls. We've also we're pushing legislation that I'm hoping will be part of the China package that is moving through the House alongside the Senate China bill, that will require the State Department to maintain, in effect, a blacklist of foreign companies that sell this kind of surveillance tech to authoritarian states, so that American pension funds and investors know that these companies are doing this terrible thing. So we're just beginning, right? Because again, it's a totally unregulated space, but we're asking the obvious questions and making some very specific proposals to the administration that I hope they'll act on.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I wonder, as we come towards the end of our conversation, as I mentioned in the beginning, you were a speechwriter, which in some ways is really the person in a foreign policy space that tries to set the narrative argument for the vision and foundation of the policy work that's moving forward. And as you alluded to, the Biden administration has set this up as a real competition between democracies and autocracies and the ideas that underpin them. And I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking us out with your thoughts on where you think that battle goes. What's at stake? What does the world really look like? And how do we come out of this with the open societies that I think most of us watching today hope to live in for many, many years to come?
There's a lot at stake. And obviously there's a lot at stake for smaller countries on the periphery of China and Russia. They don't want to live in a world in which big dictatorships can bully them and impose their rules and values. Obviously, there's a huge amount at stake for the citizens of these authoritarian states, and also for Americans, because increasingly great authoritarian powers like China and Russia aren't respecting international borders. I mean, the Chinese are trying to bully American companies to censor their employees. They are threatening Americans of Chinese descent, that their families back home or in their original or ancestral home will be hurt if they exercise their free speech rights inside the United States. We've had exiled dissidents, of course, living in the United States and in Western Europe, kidnapped, murdered, harassed, intimidated by authoritarian states. So there's a lot at stake for us. I also think there is, contests can be constructive. They can sometimes lead us to do stupid things, but they often inspire us to do big and great things. The Cold War is a great example. We did some stupid things motivated by this competition that we had with the Soviet Union. But if not for that competition, we probably wouldn't have built the interstate highway system. We probably would not have put a man on the moon or resolved the great civil rights questions of the 1960s in the way that we did. There was a constant motivating factor for America to be better, stronger, and more a reflection of our professed values, because we understood that we needed to be better in order to win that contest. And so my hope is, and I think President Biden shares this, is that this contest can be a good motivator for us, whether that means tackling climate change, whether that means dealing with injustices in our own societies that undermine our claim to moral leadership around the world, or taking on some of these new issues, so that America is the leader, is the model on privacy, on transparency, on fighting corruption, on maintaining appropriate regulation of the online world without undermining our commitment to freedom of speech. We got to be in every way different and better than our adversaries. And sometimes having those adversaries, being in the contest, is what a country like ours needs to get our butts into gear. So I hope we do.
It's a good motivating message for us to get our butts into gear as a community of democracies around the world. I just want to thank you for taking the time and coming to speak with us, and for the work that you're doing to tie the agenda of human rights activists and small d Democrats around the world together to hopefully build a stronger, safer, more rights-respecting world. So thank you again, and we hope to see you back here for future 360s and events.
Thank you, Rose. You're doing great work.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rose, and Congressman Malinowski. Your conversation is a wonderful capstone to close 4 days of programming with a look ahead about what it means to be proactively democratic in a hyper-connected world in motion.
We've talked for 4 days about a lot of very big and frankly, sometimes scary problems in the world. But we've also talked through strategy and action, and we've heard reasons for real optimism from those who have joined us. For instance, Dr. Ashish Jha noted that even where COVID-19 pandemic remains ongoing, he believes that one positive outcome is, quote, it restores people's faith in science, that this kind of global cooperation around the scientific community to solve big problems is something that people fully realize.
Rather than listen to us try to summarize everything that's been shared this week, here's a couple takeaways from the leaders who made this event what it is, like Jean Leroux in South Africa, who reminded us that technology is never just one thing. When talking about the Lekki Tollgate case study in Nigeria, he said social media can be a powerful tool for citizens to mobilize and exercise their democratic rights. At the same time, it provides governments with the means to suppress and undermine those very principles.
Or Fernanda Senglard in Brazil, who said that, quote, world history is often told by the powerful, the victors and the dominant groups. Breaking this logic is very difficult. Social movements play an important role in reversing this process while giving voice to minorities. And Nathan Law, who optimistically, even while in exile from his home in Hong Kong, reminded us that technology drives, quote, more direct democracy by providing a space for thousands or hundreds of thousands of brains to work simultaneously without being limited by the political stance of the leaders.
Or Major General Mick Ryan in Australia, who said democratic norms, free speech, and allowing people to express the full range of diverse views and live more prosperous lives are the superpowers of democracy. Our programming was this rich because we were intentional about ensuring it included the world as it is. This year, 360 OS included more than 1,500 participants from 92 countries, tuning in to hear 114 global experts representing 22 countries. As our DFRLab colleague Jacqueline said earlier, 57% of our presenters were women, and no single panel represented a homogeneous take or perspective on these vital issues.
We're not telling you these numbers for a pat on the back, and certainly we still have a lot of work to do, but we know that our ability as a community to address these challenges we're focused on today requires truly everyone represented in the room and on the stage. As Lucina D'Ameco said from Italy, who joined us just earlier today, quote, if you're not at the table, then you are on the menu.
We're excited that next year we'll be able to get together for this event in person. And we can announce today that we will be hosting next year's 5th 360 Open Summit in a global crossroads and the seat of the European Union, the city of Brussels. We'll be thrilled to see you all there and continue to gather this community based in shared values and a shared mission. Our commitment to this community is that even when we get back together in person, it will be as inclusive and intentional as in this remote context that we're currently in.
The ethos at the DFRLab has always been to move from talk to action, and to do it, well, by doing it. So that might sound like the opposite of sitting around for 4 days talking through big challenges at 360 Open Summit. But you being here is a part of building common understanding and shared strategy towards collective action. And we're not going to wait around until we see you here next year.
Of course, we will continue to do the groundbreaking research the DFRLab is known for, and which you got a small taste of throughout the lightning talks and panels by our expert team this week. But core to our mission is making sure that there are more people around the world capable of studying the information environment, building resilient societies in their own communities, and innovating new ways to keep the online space democratic. For example, we do that through our Digital Sherlocks program, which is in its first year of fully virtual programming, and it has trained more than 570 journalists, students, and civil society members from over 90 countries on open source investigative methodologies and broader tech policy. We're excited to grow this program and ensure the community gathered here for 360 OS only gets bigger and more impactful.
We also announced last week the formation of the Democracy and Tech Initiative and formally launched it here on the first day of 360 OS. It's designed to carry much of the conversations that you've heard this week forward into action. And we're going to do a better job of illustrating what tech in the world actually looks like, whether that's shaped by government strategy or driving societal change itself. We're going to work to build trusted communities capable of driving policy change as a global force. And we're going to make sure that we're listening to and platforming the voices of the people around the world who are most impacted by decisions made in state capitals and platform meetings in Brussels, DC, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
This work for us is truly existential to the survival of human rights in the world. And while the challenges are great, the last 4 days illustrate that the global community of those committed to democracy working to build a better world is deeply impressive, invigorated, and up to the task. As Mary McCord here in the United States said, never be surprised about what can catch on the wild west of the internet. And our hope is that the spirit of the last 4 days is something that we'll continue to catch. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are in the world, and we will see you next year. And in the meantime, we will talk to you right here on the internet.